Has anyone taken the IELTS test? Yeah, some of you have taken the IELTS test, so obviously you know what it is. It is the International English Language Testing System. So at IDP here, we deal with the student placement section, which my colleague Ms. Renu will be talking about after I'm done. So we help students study overseas. We help with the application process, getting the offers, doing the visas, accommodation, the whole range of, when a student has to go and study overseas, the whole range is handled by us, I should say. And then we have the IELTS. It's an English language proficiency test, as you know, and it's a requirement in the application process. So if you are going to study in one of the overseas countries that we handle, from Australia to US, UK, Canada, New Zealand, you will need to take the IELTS test. It's also required by employers for job opportunities, required for immigration, and these are the things that I will be talking about as we progress through the session in the morning. So I will share a small video which will show you the 9 reasons why you should take the test with IDP IELTS. So here we go. Anyone who has booked the test with IDP? Sorry about that. What happened there? Any one of you who has taken the test with IDP? With the raised hands that I saw? Great. Thank you. And anyone who is, many of you I'm sure, will be booking the test. We look forward to having you at our center and having the test for you. Run a very smooth one actually for you with us at IDP. Before I start about IELTS, let me say a few words about IDP education. We are more than a 50-year-old organization. We started way back in 1969, and from there we've progressed. We actually started with the student placement, where we help students study overseas, and then we had the IELTS join in 1989. In Oman here at IDP, we started 10 years back in 2012. This is actually the 10th year, a year of celebration for us in a way. So 10 years of IDP with IELTS in Oman, and the going has been great, honestly. Let's speak about IELTS now. What is IELTS? You've already told me that it is the International English Language Testing System. So it's a proficiency test of the English skills that you have. So if you are going to study in one of the universities overseas where English is the language or the medium of communication, obviously they will ask you to test your skills here. So the requirements may be different, you know. You may be going for an undergrad program for medicine, let's see. You may be going for nursing, you may be going for engineering, you may be going for the humanities. So the requirement will be different, you know. For medicine and health-related careers, it can be higher, or it will be higher. The requirement will be higher. If you're going for a foundation course, a 5 would be okay perhaps. It depends on the university requirements. And then again, if you're going for an engineering program, it might be a 6 or a 6.5. So there is no pass or fail in IELTS. It's just a requirement, and it's about you meeting those requirements, okay? So a little more details about the IELTS test itself. We have more than 11,000 organizations worldwide now which accept the IELTS test. It's actually around 12,000 organizations accepting this test worldwide. That's a huge number, you know. And the governments of Australia, Canada, UK, US, they all use IELTS for migration purposes. So if you want to migrate to another country, IELTS is a must. You have to take the test. It can be the academic test, it can be the general test that you will have to find out from the organization or the country that you are planning to travel to, let's say. So more than that, we have employers world over and in Oman accepting the IELTS test, universities world over, as we know, also in Oman, asking for the IELTS test and your scores there. Professional bodies, you have, you know, nursing bodies, healthcare bodies, other professional bodies who will ask you to take the test if you want to work in their countries. And maybe also, and sometimes even in Oman itself, they all accept the IELTS test. It's a high stakes test, it's a very popular test, and a very, very secure test. So the key destinations where IELTS is accepted, obviously, as we know, it's Australia, we have Canada, we have the United Kingdoms, the United States, New Zealand. And as I've been repeating over and over again, Oman is another country. The ministries here, be it the Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, all of them look for the IELTS score. Okay, so even when you have scholarships going overseas, it may not be relevant to you, but for students in Oman, local students, they have to take the IELTS test if they want to apply for a scholarship offered by the Ministry of Higher Education or the Ministry of Education here in Oman. So why IELTS? Why do we need to take the IELTS score? For you, it's very relevant if you are planning to study overseas. You will be applying to overseas universities. In the application process, it is a must. One of the criteria that you have to meet. So that is the IELTS test. Obviously, you want to study abroad, like I said. You want to study here. Mostly, you will require the IELTS test. Then, as I had mentioned, it's also a proficiency test, an English language proficiency test. That's why you need to take the test. Exchange programs which are there. There can be universities, maybe when you're studying, if you want to study in India, or maybe here, or even in the UAE, one semester you need to do, or you want to do in one of the universities in the Western world, then they will ask you for the IELTS test as well. So it's a requirement for exchange programs too. Then for migration, like I had mentioned, if you want to migrate to another country, definitely you will have to take either the academic test or the general test as asked for by the organization or for the country. And then again, we've spoken of the professional registration bodies. They require it, you have to take it, okay? What are the benefits of taking the IELTS test? Benefits are plenty. Let me name a few. One is the fast turnaround time of the results. So there are two formats, you see. One is the paper-based test, the other is the computer-based test. If you take the paper-based test, your result turnaround time is 13 days globally, but in Oman or in the Middle East, because our weekends are on Friday and Saturday, we have been given approval to issue the results in 12 days. That is for the paper-based test. For the computer-delivered test, it is 3 to 5 days. So let's say we've taken the test today. It's most likely that you will receive the results day after tomorrow. But between 3 to 5 days, it is 100% that your results will be issued. So the test dates are available for the computer-based test every day. So 7 days a week, thrice a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. So you know, it's available. You have a deadline, let's say, which is very close. You don't see that you'll get it if you get a if you take a paper-based test wait for a 13-day program, go for the computer-based test. You may be more comfortable typing on the computer than the paper, go for the computer-delivered test. But ultimately, it's your choice. You have the choice, whether you want to take it on paper or you want to take it on the computer. What is the other advantage of taking the IELTS test? You have face-to-face speaking tests, okay? You're not talking to a computer. You're talking to a live human being. You're talking to an examiner who has been standardized, who has been approved to take the IELTS test, who he or she himself has been certified to deliver the IELTS speaking test, okay? So you're speaking to a person, not to a computer, and the feedback that we have received is, it is the most enjoyable part of the IELTS test, this interaction that you have with an examiner. It takes 11 to 14 minutes, honestly, for the test to be over, the speaking test. But like I said, I understand that it is the most enjoyable part of the test, and people do score very high because you speak well, you know what you're talking about. And students here, all our dear students who are sitting here today, I know that children who are doing the CBSE curriculum, the Indian school curriculum, you already have the skills of the language. You know how to write well, you know how to speak well, you know how to read well, you know how to listen well. So we know that you are already at a good level, but you just need to prepare a little more. You need to manage your time better in order to, shine with flying colors in the IELTS test, I should say. So let's talk about IELTS on computer. We have more test dates, as I had said. So 7 days a week, 3 times a day. Anytime you want, you can be there, take the test. And IELTS is the world's most recognized test, which is so very important to know, that it is so secure, so popular, and so very reliable. You want to take a test which is reliable. You want to take a test which is secure, right? IELTS is the one to go to. So if you want to prove your English language proficiency, go and book the IELTS test. And we'd love to have you at IDP IELTS. So a lot of research has gone into the test, just to make sure that it is fair to all of you. It has to be fair to all the test takers, which is you again. So in order to make sure that it is fair, in order to make sure that it is secure, there has been a lot of extensive research which has gone into, making the test the way it is today. So you'll have a lot of career opportunities, a lot of academic choices that you can make if you go ahead and take the IELTS test, all right? The good thing is, we always suggest and advise to the students, take the test when you are in grade 11. Why grade 11? Because in grade 12, you're already bogged down, stressed with so many things. Where are you going to apply? What are you going to study? Deadlines. The finals coming up, which university are you going to apply to? So there's pressure from all sides, stress everywhere, right? So in grade 11, when you are a little less stressed, go for it. Go for the IELTS test because it is valid for 2 years, okay? You take the test in grade 11, it's valid right after. You finish your grade 12 and 1 year after, it's going to be valid. So it's one stress out of the way, correct? One stress you can do away with. You don't need to look at that in grade 12 at all. So don't need to run at the last moment. Okay, I have applied to the universities. I have done everything that is required. I find that I have not taken the IELTS test yet, and the deadline is so close. So then let's wait till that moment, okay? Plan everything early so that you know what you have to do and do it when you have to do it, okay? So like I said, since the result is valid, the TRF, it's called the test report form, the TRF, valid for 2 years. It really is, I think, wise to go ahead and take it when you are in grade 11 itself. I know of many children who have taken the test when they are in grade 10 as well, just as a matter of practice, just to give them more confidence that they'll do it again the next year. But we always find that students from the Indian schools, they perform very well in the test. And that's congratulations to all the teachers here, I would say, and all of you students as well, okay? So it's the world's most recognized test. As I had already said, it's governed bodies who are accepting the test, universities, employers, and professional registrations. We have a few organizations here, a few government bodies. We can't have everything up here on the slide, as you know. So just letting you know that universities world over, ministries world over, ministries here in Oman, universities here in Oman, professional bodies across the globe and in Oman, they all accept the IELTS test. I'll speak briefly about the two types of tests actually that are more relevant to you. At this point of time, it's the IELTS academic test that would be more relevant to you. So we have the academic test, the general test, the IELTS for UKVI, and the life skills test. The academic test is the one that you will be asked to submit your scores for. It has the listening, reading, writing, and speaking formats or skills that you have to deal with. So listening, which is for about 40 minutes if it's paper-based, 30 minutes if it's on the computer, 1 hour of the reading test with multiple choice questions. Again, you have the writing test where you have to do task 1 with 150 words, task 2 with a minimum of 250 words, and then you have the speaking test. So the listening, reading, and writing tests take place at the same time, you know, one after the other. But the speaking test can take place 7 days before the test day, on the test day, or 1 day after the test day. So we at IDP, we will ask you, we just don't, you know, say that you have to come on this day and that day. We will ask you which day is convenient for you, and then we'll make sure that we can schedule your speaking test as per your convenience as well as the convenience of the office itself. So IELTS on, let's talk about the general test, which is not really very relevant to you at this point, but there are some universities here in Oman. If you wish to study here, they may also ask you to take the general test. But by and large, it's the academic one that they ask for world over, all right? So what is the IELTS for UKVI? It is a similar test, the same questions that you have for the standard IELTS test. The format is the same, everything else is the same. But the UK immigration body has asked for more stringent measures to be employed in terms of security of the test. That is why it doesn't affect you students when you're taking the test, but you need to be under CCTV at all times. Extra photos are taken, finger scannings are taken to make sure that the test is more secure. Having said that, the standard IELTS test that is there is no less secure. Everything is done to make sure that a secure and fair test is provided to you. And then we have the life skills test, which you don't need to deal with right now, but if anyone in your family may need it, it's for people who are planning to open businesses in the UK, where you take the life skills test. Again, you have spouse joining visas. For example, one spouse is already a UK citizen and the other spouse is not, but you want to join him or her in the UK, you need to take the life skills test. So there's life skills A1, life skills B1, and we have all of that. We deliver all of that at our office in IDP. So more about the computer-delivered tests, honestly. What is the USP here? One is, as I have already said, it's available 7 days a week, 3 times a day. The result turnaround time, which we have spoken about, that's also, you know, within, like I said, 3 to 5 days, but we do receive it in 2 days flat, which is amazing, honestly. Speaking again, although you're doing the LRW on the computer, the speaking test, you are doing it face-to-face with a live examiner, which is again great. And then booking and registration, you book online. This is for the paper-based test as well. You don't need to come to the office, although we are very happy to help support you with the application. You can be at home, register for the test, go to our link, register for the test, upload a soft copy of your ID, pay online, and you are done. All instructions will be sent to the inbox that you have, so you know exactly where you have to go to, what time you need to be there, and then our team will keep in touch with you. And you're most welcome to contact us at any time via phone calls, via emails, so that you know your questions are answered, you don't have any doubts before the test, and you feel relaxed and comfortable coming to take the IELTS test with IDP. So I've already spoken about the format of the test, the academic and the general test, but let's go on to the band scores that are there. So the highest that you can score in IELTS, can anyone tell me? What's the highest that you can score? It's a native English speaker score, but there are many students who have achieved a band 9, let me tell you. So you are like a native speaker if you achieve a band 9. So that's the highest that you can achieve, and the lowest is 1. So I think I had mentioned earlier, there is no pass or fail in IELTS. You cannot fail an IELTS test. Also, you do not pass an IELTS test. It's the score that is required that you receive. If it's a 5, that is fine for you, you have passed. If it's a 9, that 9 is too high. If it's a 7 that is required for you, or a 7.5, you've achieved it, so you are there, you know, on your way to your career path that is there. So yeah, listening 30 minutes on the computer, reading 1 hour on paper and computer, writing 1 hour paper or computer, speaking 11 to 14 minutes. So I don't think we should go into the detailing of it. It is, you know, there's a lot of support when we, from IDP for you to help you with preparing for the IELTS test. So you go into a test, you want to take a test, and you here, I'm sure you do a lot of exams, you know, each month. You have your terminal exams, I think they're called. You'll have your annual exams. I don't know if it's a 3 quarterly exam that you have, but you're very experienced at giving exams, right? So nothing will faze you, you're comfortable. But to do well in an exam, you are always preparing, right? You have to prepare. To do well in anything, you have to prepare. Otherwise, it's not going to take you where you want to be. So to help you through this process of preparation, IDP has a lot of support tools. So number 1 is the IELTS by IDP app. It's an app you can download on the phone, and, you know, sitting at home, being at the playground, traveling in the bus from school to home or home to school, you know, you can practice on the app, you can book your test on the app. Once you've done the test, you can also avail of your results on the app, okay? So there's no wastage of time. Nowadays, everything is like that, right? So when you're, let's say, you suddenly remember that you haven't booked your IELTS test. Your deadline is near, you need to do it. You don't have to go back to your computer. You don't have to go back to your desktop or laptop or go home or be in school and make sure that you are being able to register. Just take your phone. Just download the app. And bingo, you're there. You can apply, play, you know, upload your ID card, everything. And you're ready, you're ready and you book the test. Then you know, once you book the test, you need to prepare for it. How are you going to prepare for it? Open the app. All support tools are available there. Go to the app, everything is there. You just have to, you can utilize the 30 minutes of travel, utilize of 30 minutes of waiting somewhere, waiting for something, utilize, prepare and prepare. Prepare for the IELTS test, and you'll perform excellently, I'm very sure. Also, of course, once you've given the test, what is the next, let's say, anxiety in a way? It's the results. Have I performed the way I wanted to? So again, when the results are available, it'll come to your login details. Log in the app, your results are there, okay? So, you know, it makes life easier. Just download the app and you can do everything that you want to know will be there. So one of the support tools that we have is the IELTS Masterclass, okay? It's a 90-minute free session that we deliver. It deals with all aspects of the test: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. It's an interactive session. So we have face-to-face in the office, but we have webinars, 3 webinars in a month: Masterclass, Countdown to IELTS, and Ask the IELTS Expert. So they will be talking about the listening test, the reading test, the writing test, and the speaking test. The good thing here is you can ask questions, okay? You can ask questions, you'll have your questions answered by an IELTS expert, okay? So it'll talk to you about common mistakes that you're making that you can avoid. It'll talk to you about, you know, what is an IELTS examiner looking for when he or she is assessing the IELTS test. So any doubts that you have can be cleared at that point itself. So even if it's a webinar, it's interactive and you can do it. You can ask your questions and make sure that your questions are answered well. So I'd like to play a small video. I hope it works. Let's watch this. An audio, actually.
When you're taking a test, you want to be as prepared as possible. You want to know your weaknesses and strengths. You want to avoid as many mistakes as you can. You want IELTS Masterclass. IELTS Masterclass is a free class that helps you understand the assessment criteria, common mistakes to avoid in your test, and what examiners are looking for when scoring you. So if you're preparing for IELTS, come to the IELTS Masterclass.
So the next one is on the 2nd of November. We'd be very happy if you could join us for the IELTS Masterclass that we have. The other one that we have is the Macquarie Prep Offer. So Macquarie is an Australian university. So it offers a preparation course, again with all 4 skills. So what you can do is, when you book the test, there's a code or a link which will go to your inbox. You know, you can benefit from the Macquarie Prep course. So 4 skills which are there, you can choose one which you think you need more practice in. Most people go for the writing test because writing is something we don't do much nowadays. But you as students, I know you'll be experts at writing. So any skill which you think you need more practice in, choose that one. And for 30 days, you will be able to practice that skill for free. Then again, we have, if you want to avail all 4 skills for free, that's available for 4 days as well. So make sure you take the benefit and you work towards it, prepare for the test, prepare as best as you can, and you get the score that you require, the score that you deserve. There should be another audio that I should be able to play for you, let's see.
Education has partnered with Macquarie University to provide you with free access to a comprehensive online preparation course called IELTS Master. IELTS Master is designed and developed at the Macquarie University IELTS Test Centre in Sydney, Australia. When you book a test at participating centres, you will receive a confirmation email. Inside that email, you will see a banner promoting access to the free preparation. Simply click that banner to start your free access to IELTS Master. You can choose one module: reading, writing, listening, or speaking. When choosing your one free module, think about which skill you need to practice the most. During your 30-day free access period, you can access your chosen module anytime, anywhere. You'll get access to up to 25 hours of online study time, 2 free practice tests in your chosen module, detailed feedback and model answers for all activities, and expert IELTS tips and study strategies. IELTS Master has helped tens of thousands of IELTS candidates around the world to prepare for the IELTS test. So what are you waiting for? Book your IELTS test to gain instant access.
So now you know a little more about the IELTS Macquarie Prep Offer. We also have something called the IELTS Progress Check. You know, it's an online practice test. You can do it at home. You can practice all your skills: reading, writing, listening, speaking. It's a paid-for one, but the benefit here is you will get feedback on how you have performed. You will also get a score, let's say, a band score, an indicative band score actually, of how you have performed. So you know where you stand. You know, before you go for your IELTS test, if you're taking that, let's say you require 7.5, you take the progress check and you find that you are still at a band 6.5. So you will know how much support you need, extra preparation you need, extra time that you need before you can actually take the IELTS test and get the score that you need or want. So this is a very important and a very, very, I would say, popular IELTS tool, that support tool that we have as well. Over and above that, on our websites, once you register, you will see a lot of free practice tests. So very important for you to avail of them, you know. Practice, practice, practice at home. So practice for the reading, practice for the writing, practice for the speaking and the listening. Like I said, you all are, I'm sure, wonderfully skilled at, you know, and very, very proficient in the English language. But you need to know about time management. Because if they say 30 minutes of listening test, you're not going to get even 31 minutes of that, right? You have to finish it in 30 minutes. If it is 60 minutes of reading, 60 minutes of writing, time management, time management, time management. That is going to see you through the IELTS test. Speaking as well, so you will be, of course, the control will be with the examiner, and within 11 to 16, 14 minutes, you are done with the IELTS test. So book the IELTS test with IDP IELTS. Prepare for it, you know, although I know that you are very, very good in the English language, I know that everyone needs to prepare in order to do well, okay? So we have a lot of IELTS preparation guides. Once you register with IDP, these are the ones that you will benefit from, you will avail, and then I'm very sure that you'll do very well in the IELTS test that you have. So all this can be available once you book the test with IDP, lot of preparation tools, lot of support material available. Over and above that, we are always there in the office. You give us a call, we are just a call away, we are just a visit away. Just come and join us on a test day, come and join us before that. We'll help you, we'll help support you. And even on test day, like you say, we have professional staff to help with your registration. We have, for the listening test, we have headphones, which are excellent to conduct or for you to take part in the listening test. And also we don't ask you to bring in any stationery. We provide the stationery that is required by you. The only thing you need to bring in is your ID card, the same ID card that you have registered with. Everything else is provided by IDP IELTS. Post-test, of course, you receive an SMS with your results, but the official score is, of course, the TRF that is there. So I have already spoken about the result turnaround time which is there. Also spoken about the scores that you can achieve. I think it's now time for you to ask me any questions that you have. The field is now open for question and answers. Also before that, you know, just to show you, in Oman, our main test center is in Madinat Qaboos, but we have test venues across many cities in Oman. So from Salalah to Sohar, to Nizwa, to Ibri, and of course in Muscat, many places in Al-Khud, from Al-Khud to Ruwi, to Wataya, Al-Khwair, Kurum, we are there everywhere, okay? So whichever place is convenient for you, make sure you book at that place, make sure you register for the test on time, and I'm sure that you'll all be at a happy place, you know, no stress, and you'll be free. Any questions from anyone? I'll be happy to answer. You can raise your hand and I can answer any questions you may have. Yes?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, my question is, the most spoken language till 2019 was Chinese. The most sensitive language is Arabic, which should be pronounced correctly, or else the meaning will be different. The most richest language on this planet is Urdu, and the national language of our country is Hindi. Then my basic question is, why should we educate ourselves in English?
Yes, good question. Can I have your name, please?
Shoaib.
Shoaib?
Yes, ma'am.
Shoaib. So Shoaib, that's a great question, you know. Why do you need to take the English test when you have popular languages in your country? Maybe it's Arabic, maybe it's Urdu, maybe it's Hindi. So English is the language of proficiency if you want to study in an overseas country where English is the medium of instruction. So in a native English-speaking country, they will obviously ask you to take the English proficiency test, right? So if you are not proficient in English, you will not be able to do well in the course that you have gone for, right? You are going for an undergrad course, but you're not proficient, you don't have the required skills in English. But the medium of instruction at all the universities there will be in English. It will not be in Hindi or in Urdu or in Arabic. You get my point? So you have to have the English. That is why they want to make sure that you have that skill set, you have proficient in the language so that you don't struggle when you are studying in the university of your choice overseas. Okay? Have I answered your question? Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? We can also meet afterwards. We are always there at our office in Al Madina Plaza in Madinat Qaboos. So I'll end my presentation here. Thank you so very much for having me here. Thank you. Oh, okay. No, not yet.
A very good morning, and it's so nice to be here on the third day of Avenir. Before I go ahead, a very big thank you once again, Dr. Bhavesh, to your team, Ms. Ambika, and to your entire team. When we are actually entering the school, it doesn't really feel like the third day of Avenir. And this is mainly because I think the zeal, the enthusiasm that all your team members are putting it together, I sincerely congratulate you and your team, and a big round of applause. I mean, the kids, the hospitality, the levels of energy. I'm sure you all are so dead tired, but the smiles are just not going away. So thank you so much for having us be a part of such a wonderful event. And it's done at such an amazing level. I really commend and congratulate you and your team. I am mindful about the time, so I would not further take any time, and I'd just like to go ahead with the presentation. I have a small video that I'd like you all to all see. This video usually is refusing to play. I'm not too sure why. Great. So we from IDP are here to say that if you have a dream, we have the way for you. So today we have big business people sitting here who are aspiring to make it big in their career, right? So we have, I'm assuming from the sessions that we have yesterday, we have perhaps students from grade 10 onwards to grade 12 wanting to make your careers big in the world of business. So just to understand, do you all have anything in mind? Like, do you all want to become financial analysts, business development managers? Can I have some hands raised up, please? Great. What are you looking at yourself? What would you like to pursue? Business management, wonderful. So I'm sure you would all be aware that today the world of business is kind of opened up so many more streams. Today you have, you can become a financial analyst, you can have a career in insurance, you can become a chartered accountant, you can look at insurance and banking, you can look at human resources, the human element that we can never forget. So you can look at HR, organizational behavior, hospitality, one of the biggest and the exploding industries, even in today's arena, even after COVID, this industry is coming back and it's here to pull economies and quadruple economies in the future. Retail industry is again booming, operations, project management, and this is just a preview, just a snapshot of what you can actually expect in the deep iceberg. So, today you are really fortunate. You are so lucky. You're the lucky lot because you just need to have the thought in mind that, okay, I would like to, do something between HR and maybe business development. It's possible. Today, that flexibility is possible. Reason? Because employers are looking for that multitask, multi-character, multi-skilled, multi-quality in you. So that is something that you can really explore in today's world. And I'm sure you are aware, if you all are all in your grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, spend more time in reading. Do a lot of research on the internet. Spend time with your professors, your teachers, people, your parents, sometimes you may have a social gathering. Try to understand how people work in organizations. What are the new areas that you can explore? Because that is something that will take you forward especially now that you are in your crucial years of your final academic life. In high school, I meant. So, if you'd like to, pursue a business program, getting into a university is no longer difficult. Trust me. And I say that because we have universities rewarding every kind of student having different strengths and, areas to develop, I would say. So, while you see the screen where it says CBSE grade 12 entry requirements is 60% to 85%, I'm sure 60% is something that you might think, oh, is that okay, 60%? Because, in the Indian curriculum and the Indian tradition, we usually aim at 85%, 90%, 95%, it just keeps going higher and higher. I wanted to congratulate all you students because your grades are fabulous. We have been working in this industry. I mean, Nandini and myself have been in this industry since a very long time, and we see mark sheets from CBSE students. They just keep going higher and higher. So congratulations to each one of you. It's a lot of hard work that you all put in, and we recognize that and appreciate that. So a big round of applause to all yourselves, guys. So the good part is, for example, we come from the organization that helps you study in the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and UK. So if you have a 95%, 85%, 90%, you can go straight into the business programs. You could look at Manchester, King's College, you could look at very strong universities like Illinois, Chicago in the US, so on and so forth. And for any reasons, if you do get a score which is between 60 and 75%, there are options even today. And that's the best part. Without having to add an additional year, you actually complete your degree just like any other student. So that's where we are able to fill in that gap of information for you, all right? Like my colleague Nandini mentioned about the IELTS test, you need to have a very basic score. 6.5 with no band less than 6 in your listening, reading, writing, and speaking is extremely achievable for the way how you all are so academically driven, okay? So I hope this slide is clear to all of you. These are some of the additional career aspects and streams that y'all can look at. It's financial banking, insurance, accountancy, human resources, entrepreneurship for those who want to become future entrepreneurs, who want to set up your own company, who want to get into your own consultancy. It could be any kind of an industry. You know, you want to have your own HR consultancy, or you want to have, maybe you can work. There's a lot of cross-functional operations that's happening in today's world. So let's say you might be working for a life sciences company and you would be supporting their operations. So you could actually work across various functions. You could work with a, let's say oil company, and you could work into the financial sector of that organization. So there is a lot of, I would say, a lot of amalgamation, a lot of combination that is happening within disciplines, and that is something that you all really need to explore in today's world. Here, okay, for those who, I just wanted to understand, anybody looking at studying overseas here? Yeah, great. Which country? Great, great, great. Please have a seat. Any other student? Any other country? Yes, yes, my dear. Canada, great. So can one of you all tell me, why do you want to study overseas? Anything, it doesn't, you don't have to think too long. I mean, just tell me why. You have decided Canada, you decided Australia. There would be something, right? The attraction, yeah? The practical side of studies. Perfect, yeah, that's a very, very good point. Thank you so much. So it is about the way the studies are structured. There is a beautiful blend. There's an excellent balance between the academic life and the practical life, right? And that's excellent research. I must say that. You know this at this stage, which is very good. You're going in the right direction. So yes, we do look at that right balance, and that is the reason international education is so popular. Any other reasons? Are your parents coming with y'all? No, and I see everybody smiling. Okay, okay, all right. So it's basically, what is it that you're trying to achieve? You're here to achieve independence, yes, because you would be responsible for making your own decisions. In most cases, you all would be turning 18, right? The key. So definitely you will all be wanting to, be independent, make those decisions on your own. You go out, you make the decision of what you want to buy, make the decision of what program you want to study, and very important, it comes with responsibility. So, it's the unique you that you become. It's the new personality that you come back with. I have been telling this in my previous sessions that I've had with you all, with your fellow peers, is that students, when they go overseas and they come back to us after a year with their parents to just say hello to us in the office, and it takes us some time to understand, oh, is it the same Karan who's gone last 6 months back, or is it the same, Pallavi who's gone 6 months or 1 year back? So it's nice. It makes us feel so proud, being a part of your journey for an entire year and a half, and then seeing you grow and groom into a beautiful young leader. is it's an experience that we benefit on your behalf. So it's great. It's a great feeling, I must say. Your personality grows. Talking about personality, we are running a session in the evening via the online platform, as your principal has mentioned. So we will be having our senior destination manager, Mr. Amit Kumar, run the session. So if you'd be interested, which is very important to be, if you'd be interested in studying overseas, please attend that session, because there's a lot of preparation that you need to do when you're studying overseas, putting your documentation together, putting your personal statement together. So that is very, very important. And that is something that I'd also cover in the coming slides. So where could you actually consider looking at? So IDP is here to provide you guidance if you'd like to study in Australia, United Kingdom, US, Canada, New Zealand, and Ireland. So these are the 6 destinations which are English-speaking countries. And this is where, you need to kind of gear up, understand the study, the way how the studies are delivered. It is so different as compared to how we may have experienced in your current qualification. So we are partnered with about 800 universities across the 6 destinations. So there is a lot for you to filter. So you're sitting right at the top of the filter now, but trust me, when we work together as teams with your parents, with yourselves, and with our experts, we will narrow that funnel for you, okay? So just on a quick note, the countries that we offer assistance for: Australia, a beautiful, vibrant country, has about 43 universities and 8 very strong research universities like University of Melbourne. For those who are going to Australia, you may be familiar with these universities: Macquarie, Monash, Sydney, Deakin. We've just listed a few, but you have, like I said, 43 universities listed here. There is one very important part that I'd like to highlight, especially for the grade 12 students, or for students who are in grade 11. If you are planning to take commerce business, please do not drop math. Okay? Please, because this is something that most students are not aware. So they end up dropping math as a subject, I think, way ahead. And then the route to get into a business program will be a different route. You will still get into the university, but it would be through an international transfer year program. So that is something that you need to remember. If you're looking at Bachelors of Business, Bachelors of Commerce, Bachelors of Marketing, Bachelors of HR, everything requires math component. There will be element of math in your bachelors as well. So please do not drop the math component. Canada, for those who are interested in Canada, the degrees are for 4 years, while as in Australia, the degree is for 3 years. Canada is known for the co-op program. For those who are wanting to go to Canada, you may be, you may relate to the concept of co-op programs. So co-op is basically a program, 1 year work placement that comes into your academic life. So your 4-year degree stretches into a 5-year qualification, and you actually work in the company at semester breaks. So it's done so beautifully, it integrates so well with your academic life that you end up getting experience, you end up getting the real-time exposure at such a young age, and in most cases, you may even get absorbed by the company, and you even get paid. So it's like a win-win situation for you. So this is the reason why Canada has become such a popular choice for students. United Kingdom, another destination that you might want to consider. Just another note that each country that I've covered does allow you to stay back in the country. It does allow you to look at post-graduation. Once you finish your bachelor's, you can actually stay back in the country and look forward to working and migrating to the country. United Kingdom, a traditional destination choice since I think over 100 years. We've had people going there, settling in, and it's just been growing. And today United Kingdom also has attracted people from across the globe, and you have so many pockets within United Kingdom, certain cities like Manchester where you'll have a lot of Indians, etc., etc. So you have very strong universities like Manchester, King's College London, which are very good for business as well, in addition to the universities that we have listed on this slide. United States, what a country to look at. If if you're looking for United States, a brilliant opportunity. Students, another interesting point, you don't need SAT every time for every university, all right? So this is something that I'd like to clear, because most students think that they need to take the SAT for US, it's mandatory. Yes, some universities do require it, whereas there are universities that don't require the SAT scores, okay? So these are again some of the popular choices for business programs. And New Zealand, a country which has not been explored in the past. It is at the stage where Canada was about 15 years back. So if you all are looking at exploring an affordable choice, a cost-effective option, a country which does not have too many, you don't have to do a lot of search. You just have about 8 universities which are very well structured, especially universities like Waikato, University of Canterbury, Otago and Auckland are very good for business. So, you don't have to do much of research. Like US, you have to drill down 4,000 universities, whereas New Zealand has 8 universities where you can drill down to and make that choice. And it's such a beautiful place, wonderful place to explore. And if you're looking at migration, that is something that you might want to look at as well. Ireland, another destination upcoming. Well, just a personal sharing that I'm doing at this point. Before COVID, we had so many students coming and asking us for New Zealand and Ireland. But yes, COVID has changed the dynamics. And again, New Zealand and Ireland is something that students are looking at. We do keep having students and parents coming in. So another important information is Ireland, Dublin, which is the capital, is the main headquarters for many technology, many biotechnology, and IT companies. So you certainly have a lot of scope. Remember, I kept saying about cross-functional, right? So you do have a lot of scope there because the degrees, again, are for 3 years. It's an affordable choice. You have very good business universities like Trinity College Dublin, University College Dublin, Griffith College. So there are very good universities that can offer you business programs at a cost-effective option, and again, you can even stay back. So look at New Zealand, look at Ireland if you'd like to consider an option which is coming up, because now is a time where the competition in these places are much lesser in comparison to, more crowded cities like Toronto in Canada. So look at it, because there your success ratio is higher. Look at it from a long-term point of view. Look at it 5 years down the line, because you will take about 4 to 5 years to complete your entire education cycle. You need to look at how the economy will drive the country then and make your decision now. That's what is called a business manager from now on. Yeah, that's the difference that you will make in your career. Okay. So just to explain the education system, I won't be going into details, but if you're looking at Australia, it's a 3-year qualification, the same thing with UK and Ireland. If looking at USA and Canada, it's a 4-year degree. It can stretch to 5 years in Canada if you're looking at the co-op option. Admissions deadline, very, very important. You'd be happy to know that in Australia, you have the degrees, and in New Zealand, you have the degrees starting twice a year. So if you finish your degree in June, for example, because your grade 12 in June, because you'll get your results between May and June, right? So you can either start the coming February in August, you can start July as well, but you'll have limited time. So you might want to start in the following February, either for Australia and for New Zealand. And for UK, you have to start a year in advance. Same goes with USA and Canada, because you have admissions deadline. So currently we are in October, we have begun admissions applications already for fall 2023. So for those who are in your grade 12, we would certainly recommend you to connect with us at the earliest with your parents, because we'll need to walk you through the entire admission process. You will have different deadlines. So there's a deadline of 31st December, there's a deadline of 15th February, there's a deadline of 15th April for various points that need to be completed in your admissions cycle. Just listing few of the universities that you might want to consider yourself being associated with. So, universities like, for those who are, looking at Australia, Melbourne, Monash, Adelaide are very strong players for business. Canada, you could look at Waterloo, Toronto Metropolitan University, which was known as Ryerson University until recent times, Alberta, King's College London, a popular choice, Manchester, University of Birmingham. USA, you have Bridgeport, Mississippi. These are just some names that we wanted to share with you. Same goes with Otago, Auckland for New Zealand. Like I said, Trinity College Dublin, University College Dublin are strong players for business. And for those students who might have parents who want them to be closer, in Dubai, or might look at more affordable choices, Dubai and Malaysia would be a fantastic option. So you have Middlesex University, Dubai, Heriot Watt, University of Wollongong, which is an Australian university, is having its campus in Dubai. So it's the same degree that is being offered at a cost-effective price. And so goes with Malaysia. This is a very important slide, but definitely your parents will be very keen to understand the slide, because we have kind of given you a kind of a mid-range figure to understand where and what would be the costing. This would be per annum. I do see people taking pictures. If you'd like to take a picture, we are fine with it. I'll just hold on to the slide for a second. So this is something that you will need to discuss with your parents, and we together as a team will work towards working on the entire admission process. Scholarships. I know most students do ask us for scholarships. While the university is, welcome to having the greatest minds and greatest talent with them, students are, this is where your profile development, this is where your personal statement makes the entire difference, and that is the reason why I was mentioning that we would be having an online session this evening. Please attend that. It's about profile building. This is where you'll need to make your personal statement in tune to the university if you'd like to really qualify for scholarships. But just to let you know, all international students' applications go through a possibility of a scholarship. We do, while scholarships is not widely offered, there are students who do benefit the scholarship opportunity. Okay. So my colleague has already, taken you all through the slide. It just talks about where we were and what we are today over 50 years, trying to bridge the gap between you and the university. Universities can't travel all the way from Canada or all the way from Australia, but IDP is here to bridge that gap for you. We are here to guide you throughout, to understand your requirements, place you in center of whatever we do. So, right from getting you an offer letter, getting you, understanding what you want to do, counseling you, applying to the university, getting the offer letter for you, and very important, before you go, what do you need? What would you have in your hand to be able to travel to the country? Passport, and you need a visa. So visa processing is something which can be a bit daunting for you, especially, because you need to have your personal statement, your finances all in place. So that is where we try to take your pain points away. We try to take your entire process-driven, operations away, and we try to join you as a team and work in placing you at the university of your choice, okay? So it's about you, it's about your aspirations that we would like to work with you. IDP is a global company. We do have offices across 135 regions, so we've got over 135 offices across 35 countries and more. So, and most importantly, the services that I have just taken you through is free of cost. Okay, so we don't charge for any of our services. The reason being is we are under the ownership of the universities, all right? So we guide you through, and this is a suggestion and an advice that make use of the free facilities that you all are getting. COVID has taught us a lot, definitely. So the way how you all went ahead for online studies, we also started going for virtual offices. So we do have a virtual office, from 9 to 5, Sunday to Thursday. So if your parents and you are not able to come to the office because we are at Madinat Caboose, parents are working, you all can get on a Zoom call with us, okay? So you can get on a Zoom call from your home, where your parents can connect with us from their office. So that convenience is possible as well. We just need to know when you'd like to join us. Additional services as insurance, accommodation, opening your bank account while you are still in Oman. It's very important. So this is the reason why we're trying to extend our services, is to try to give that peace of mind. Sending you overseas, putting that money, sending you, you're their ultimate, right? You're the ultimate goal for your parents. Making sure your safety, making sure that you are well equipped by the time you reach the shores of that country. It's very important. So we help in building that transition for you and for your parents. We do have a student app, just like the way how my colleague spoke about the IELTS app. It's a free app. The entire information that I've been speaking about, you can have access to it as well. So download the app whenever you have the time. You'll have all information across all universities, programs, course information, tuition fees, very important. And also, you can actually apply for an offer letter through the app and get the offer letter within the next 60 minutes. So we also have study abroad sessions each Wednesday from 4 to 5. You can attend this virtually as well as in person. So this is open to all students, and you just have to register for free again. Okay? So these are our contact details. Should you want to keep these details, you can always take a picture. And I'm just being mindful of the time, but if anybody has questions, you can always connect with us. If there's any student wanting to ask me something now, I'm happy to answer that as well. Great. So I can see people taking pictures, so that's perfect. I wish you all the very best. You guys are excellent and brilliant. Just keep doing the great work, and thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the informative session. It is with sheer joy and great pride that I take the task of introducing our speaker today, Dr. BINU James Matthew. Dr. Matthew is an assistant professor of business communication at the College of Banking and Financial Studies, Oman. He was formerly the deputy head of the academic quality unit at CBFS, who will enlighten us with the best career options for commerce students. Dear sir, we welcome you. Dear audience, please join us in welcoming our speaker by giving a big round of applause. Sir, the dais is all yours.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everybody. That's not enough. Come on, children. Good morning, everybody. Oh, wow, that's wonderful. That's much better. Okay, so here we are going to talk about the career in commerce education, the streams of commerce education. At the outset, let me give my great sense of appreciation and regards to the Indian School Bowsher for getting me an opportunity to speak to you on this topic. So I'll be sharing something of the career options, the best career options on the commerce, for the commerce students. Of course, remember, this is not an exhaustive list of items that we are displaying here. There are other things which you can, if you want, you can pursue in depth into any of these areas. So let's start with it. So this is where in most of you are at the moment. Most of you at the moment are at the career crossroad, not knowing which path to take. Am I sure about this route? Where can I take? When can I join the course? And if I don't make it, do I have any second options? Is there a plan B? Can I choose something else? And you also know that, is it really a great route? Can I get there? Is my ability suitable for that? Now, if you think about this picture, I'm sure some of you might have seen. Have you seen this before? Okay. So, isn't it a fair selection to have everybody to take the same exam? Yes, of course, but here in this case, who will be happy among these? Can you tell me? Sorry? Monkey. Anybody else? Yeah, the crow, yes, the bird may be happy. I think you can see the bird next to the monkey. So, you can see the monkey has a full-fledged smile on his face because he knows he's going to beat everybody. So remember, as the Japanese poet Hakuni Murakami says, everybody has his or her own color. We all are unique in our own way. So, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live the whole life believing that it is stupid, right? So we must realize that each one of us is unique. There is no need for going for a particular stream just because everybody is talking about it. Just there's traditional streams like medicine or engineering. That's not perhaps your cup of tea. Your cup of tea is something different. Your cup of tea could be something different. So let us accept sometimes our ambition versus our reality. Before you make a career, it is time to understand yourself, your likes, your preferences, because ambition cannot be injected, nor can it be imitated. It's inborn in you. Some of the things that you grow up with, it's your basic innate talent sometimes. Perhaps parents' attitude is a determining factor in shaping one's own career goal. But not always when I speak about parents' attitude. Here is a father and here is a son. The father is a lawyer. Perhaps, his interest is that the son should take up a traditional profession like his. Whereas the son is into something else. He's into fashion designing, he's into music. His interests are different. There was a time when people have chosen the profession that their family belonged to. The traditional, the olden days. Perhaps it's time just to have a look at the Industrial Revolution, which you might have been studying. How many industrial revolutions have you heard about? Children, how many industrial revolutions have you studied? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Somebody said 4. Okay, that's smart. Yes, we are at the 4th industrial revolution. Let's look at the first industrial revolution, which happened around 1780s. What is the industrial revolution? More of mechanization, you can see. More of power, the steam power, the weaving looms were formed. So these were the first industrial revolution. Then came the industrial revolution number 2, where there's a mass production, the assembly line, there is electrical energy, you can see the conveyor belt systems. This was popular. So it changed, it revolutionized the way in which people worked. In the first industrial revolution, they moved out of farms to factories. They came out of the villages to the townships. So the third industrial revolution, as we heard about, perhaps many of you might not have seen the third industrial revolution at the beginning. It's around 1969. What is the third industrial revolution? It's about computers, automation. This is what the first thing is. The electronics era, TV, electronics and computers. Now, okay, in the 20th century, 21st century, we talk about is the fourth industrial revolution. And you can imagine what in this fourth industrial revolution, it's more of cyber-physical systems, the Internet of Things, the smart fridge which can order food items or commodities straight away to the supermarket. Or you talk about driverless cars like Tesla. So these are the fourth industrial revolution where your gadgets will do or will communicate to each other. There is no need of any physical, an individual to make them communicate. That's where we are. Who knows, by the time you graduate, there'll be a fifth industrial revolution, because you can see the time frame of industrial revolution is getting shorter between the time span. So this can happen. So why do we speak about this industrial revolution? Because there's a change that's happening. The traditional career professions are no longer, okay, the only ones which are meant for the brilliant students. We have seen a lot of entrepreneurs these days, a lot of startup companies who are exploring the market, who are growing here and there, but some of them will withstand all the pressures and thrive if you have the basic talent and the passion for it. There could also be dangers of choosing the career. So what could be the basic errors while choosing the career? One of the errors is to choose a profession or the streams that your parents are forcing us. Okay, I'm not blaming any parent or anything of that sort. Sometimes we feel that, no, I couldn't become that, so my son should become like that. I couldn't be a swimmer, so my son should be a swimmer. So that is unrealistic. Okay, just like we saw about asking an elephant to climb a tree. Okay, he is a separate individual. He is a unique personality. There's only one person like you, and that's you in the whole world. And you have your own special talents and abilities which no one else has. So choosing the same, now sometimes I can see that towards the end of 11th and 12th, there's a lot of peer pressure. So on one side you have parental pressure, the other side you have peer pressure, where your peer group members is, now I'm going abroad. So you're influenced by, okay, not going back to India is not that great. Everybody should go abroad. So sometimes peer pressure can be highly influential for our decision making. This could be an error. Sometimes it's a mob or it's a community that is telling us, no, everybody in my family, everybody in our community are like this. They are all high professions. They are doctors and engineers. So I can't be a fashion designer. I can't be a musician. I can't be a composer, or I can't be into films. And so whatever your passion is, look for that. Your inclination towards medical or engineering, is it correct? Do you have the passion for it? Do you have the aptitude for becoming somebody in this profession? Sometimes a career that will earn a government job. So in our times, there was a big pressure on us from the community that you should get a government job. See, anybody who's not getting a government job is not considered that good. Okay, you should get a government job, either in the central government or in the state government. That was the priority. Now these are gone. You might have heard this before also. Choose a job you love, and you will never need to work for a day in your life, because you're working for your passion. You're working because you love that job. So that's because it's like everyday vacation. You are working because you love it, and you don't look at the time that you spend on this particular profession. It's like the passion and your job. Sometimes you're so passionate about it, you're not looking for any reward for it, not any returns for this. Okay, so career, first of all, know yourself, explore the possibilities, make a choice, make it happen. Now here again, it may be interesting to see that we have the two hemispheres of the brain that can influence the way in which we choose a career or we thrive in this particular career. the left versus the right brain. Whereas you can see the left brain is analytical in its nature. It looks at the mathematical aspects of it, or it looks for the facts and the figures behind it. Whereas the right brain is more of artistic creativity. It's sort of creation, feelings and imagination. Which one do you need at your work? Which one do you need, left or the right brain? Yes, somebody said the correct answer. Whichever profession you are, you need both the brains. Only thing is, there is a predominance of a need of a particular hemisphere, but we need both sides of the brain to be brilliant and be emotionally connected to the people who are working with. Okay, so there's a small activity for you. Are you able to participate? Okay, a small activity. This activity is there. You'll be having a few colors displayed there. You don't read the color, but you say what color it is. Can you do that? Can you be loud, okay? Okay, very good. Here we go. Okay, so I think you're quite good at it. Now, what were we doing here? What were we doing here? There is always, remember, the left-right brain conflict. So if you are actually saying the word which is written, which brain did you use it? The left brain. You are actually reading out the word. Whereas the right brain, you can say that the left insists on reading the word, but the right insists on the color. So that's a basic fundamental difference here. Now, these are some of the factors which might be useful for choosing your career, your interest, your value systems, whether you like it. Now, some people don't like to become a lawyer because I've heard people saying, lawyers are liars. Okay, so it may not be fitting into your nature, your culture. Okay, in fact, there's a movie also. You might have heard Jim Carrey's movie, I think, right? Liar, liar. Yeah, he's a lawyer. So your personality, your contacts, your qualifications, your location, where you want to settle. You heard about the IDP, IELTS, and also you have been given a different location, different areas that you would like to work in the future or study in the future. Now coming to why commerce. Okay, now commerce is not everybody's cup of tea because traditionally this subject, even when I was a student, when I was in the college, we have seen that this particular stream is not a preferred stream by everybody. If you don't get into medicine, if you don't get into engineering, then people might choose. So it's a second choice. Gone are those days where commerce is a second choice. So contrary to the traditional perception, careers in commerce will provide you a high-earning job and a respectable job as well. Students interested in numbers and the financial aspect should choose commerce if you're interested in. Now, you can become as successful as anybody if you're good at this profession. Commerce, again, requires common sense and not the rote learning that in some other subjects or professions try out. So don't be afraid to try something different. So what after 12th? Commerce. Now, these are some of the lists of, as I mentioned, this is not an exhaustive list. This is not that everything on, but it will give you, this presentation will give you an idea of an areas that you can choose from: chartered accountancy, company secretary, cost management accountant, chartered and financial activist, actuarial science, masters of business administration, banking, insurance, finance. Let's talk about perhaps the most popular one you have heard about, the CA, or the career in chartered accountancy. Okay, chartered accountancy is involving accounting, auditing, and taxation. They're also capable of expert level services in the areas of general management, personnel management, financial management, operations management, HR management. So it spreads out. You can see that in every organization, you will find an auditor, perhaps an internal auditor, who is a chartered accountant. You'll find somebody who will be auditing, an external auditing company who will be hiring, whether it's KPMG, I don't know whether you heard about it, okay, Moore Stephens. Some of the world-famous chartered accounting firms, okay, are involved in assessing or in auditing the firms. It involves a common proficiency test or CPT, it is commonly known as. You have to have a 50% marks in all the paper together. Attempts are there. Failing to get the pass mark requires the student to reappear in all the subjects again. There are no exceptions given for students in any particular situation, in any particular specialization that they have chosen before. Even the conditions where the student has obtained high marks, there is no exception. And the CPT has, duration is for 2 months, the validity, each session is for 2 months. You might have heard about the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the ICAI. There are many ICAI accountants here in Oman. In fact, our college, the college where I work, College of Banking and Financial Studies, the college is sponsoring the Muscat chapter of ICAI Oman. So the Muscat chapter is sponsored. You can see that it is established by the Parliament Act of 1949. So the regulation of the profession is governed by ICAI India. It's the largest accounting body in the whole world. Okay, that's what, as Indians, you can be proud of also. And it's headquartered in New Delhi. Okay, so here we go. Jobs after CA, being a chartered accountant, audit and taxation, we mentioned some of the things. Project finance, financial advisory, mergers and acquisitions, investment banking, outsourcing, academics also, corporate sector. You can be in any profession, I don't need to tell you. You can become a teacher, you can become a lecturer or professor if you are having this professional qualifications also for the institutes that train students for it. So if you're interested in teaching, why not? You can choose a career, a professional career, and you can have, if you're interested in teaching, maybe like your mother, maybe like your father, you can choose this as well. Another profession is of company secretary. Okay, a CS is a person who has got it's an important designation in many organizations. He in the company, a company secretary, is a mediator between the board of directors and the stakeholders of the company. So the board of directors will be the person that we will be reporting to, and the stakeholders. You are responsible for even not only the people that the stock, we can say the stock market holders, or even the government entities. You are actually liaising with these bodies. He's known as, or she's known as a corporate planner and strategic manager, and the chief advisor to the board of governance. Okay, so the company secretary is a legal expert also. They need to be very much conversant with the legal elements so that the company will not run into errors in the future. The board of directors, they will advise them on the best practice in the industry, and is also making sure that the company complies with all the rules and regulations. Okay, so career as a company secretary are in these areas. Okay, private practice, or you can join a firm as a full-time, okay, professional. Financial market services, management services, and corporate laws advisory. These are the roles that a company secretary can take part in. The other one is cost and management accountant. Now here again, the cost accountant will ensure that the managerial decisions are well within the cost, as it indicates, the cost is the matter that is there. They have to be thorough with, they have advised the management on the cost elements. And any of the projects that the company undertakes, there will be an advisor for the cost element, the cost factor. And the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, it's also called as Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. That's another name for it. If you wonder why that ICWAI, because ICAI is already Institute of Chartered Accountants, so ICWAI is the Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. And this again is organized by a special act of the Parliament, and it specializes in the field of cost and management accountancy. Okay, so basically it promotes and regulates the cost accountancy as a profession by itself. The career prospects, you can have your own independent firm, you can have be an auditor in organizations, maintaining the cost records. Now, perhaps another popular thing which you might have heard as a career is through the ACCA. I think somebody might have heard about it, because in Muscat we have some colleges offering this as well. It is a chartered accountants, but it's an international body, not in India. It's recognized across the world. Okay, so this is a chartered accountancy, which is again the world's fastest growing global professional accountancy body. So you can see all the details of ACCA qualifications. Now, when we talk about different professions, again, I'm taking a small deviation. I've heard in some of those speeches here yesterday that you might have heard about the tests conducted for interviews and promotions other than the personal, one-to-one interviews. Now, these tests are known as psychometric tests. I think this you might have heard. Have you heard it yesterday? Yes. Can anybody say what is it meant for? What is psychometric? Or in fact, the word itself is a combination of two things. One is psychological aspect. The other one is metric. Metric is an evaluation. So it's an evaluation of your mental capabilities, not the IQ, but the EQ is largely tested. How are you as an individual? What are your personality traits? So there are different tests conducted for each profession. By the time, I'm sure many of the multinationals nowadays conduct it. So when you complete your graduation, many companies will adopt this test because this will judge the personality of you, whether you will fit into this profession. Imagine you are an indoor person, you don't like to go outside. And imagine you are a civil engineer who wants to stand outside the construction site. Or you want to be, you're an animal lover, but you don't want to be in the wild or in the openness. So it all depends on the personality. What kind of personality do you have? So there are some tests based on situation judgment testing or visual analytical pattern, verbal analysis. There'll be a battery of questions given to you for testing. And once you complete the test, remember there's no right and wrong answers for this test. This test only says about your personality. And you can't cheat the test because it's prepared by psychologists. The same situation is given in different formats. And you have to complete maybe 300 questions. So it's a battery of questions, computer questions. And once you choose an answer for it, the computer will analyze using algorithms, what is your pattern, what is your specialty, what is your nature, what is your attitude? Because when you complete your school's certificate, when you complete your college certificate, degree certificate, it doesn't show that you got 90% for your personality. You got 80% for your respectful behavior. It doesn't show that. So how will the companies? Otherwise, companies can give you placements after seeing your CV. Okay, you got 95%, let's place him for the job. Why is it companies do not give a job? They want to see the personality. And in one-to-one interviews, what happens is there is always, or there could be, a personal bias. Sometimes we call it as unconscious bias. We can claim that, no, I'm not biased, I'm very fair to myself and other individuals. I don't have any discriminating mentality. We still have this unconscious bias which we are not fully aware of. Maybe the style of a personality, maybe the looks of a personality, or the way in which this person spoke could influence us. Or the looks of a person could influence us. Psychometric test will eliminate this kind of personal bias within the candidates. So many multinational companies, not only for the entry-level examinations or tests, even for promotion for a particular position, they have special psychometric tests being created. And they will see one element is the knowledge and the skills. The other one is, how is this personality of yours, where it is fitting to this particular thing. So some of the areas of testing are verbal reasoning, logical reasoning, error checking, your diagrammatic reasoning power, your numerical reasoning power, some of these things. In fact, why companies ask for psychometric test is for a fair assessment other than the one-to-one personal interviews. Okay, ready for an activity? We have been talking about psychometric tests. Are you ready for an activity? Okay, so perhaps you might have seen this. You have got 1 minute time to find out the answer for this puzzle. Of course, observation is the key. I like your focus. See, everybody is so engrossed in it. Sorry? 26, what does it say at the bottom line?
Sir, somebody want to answer?
Yeah, okay.
The clock is 3, the banana is 4.
What's the answer?
The answer is 21.
Okay, do you have any other answer? Yeah, perhaps you may not be able to run. You can just shout from there. It's okay, you don't need the mic, I think. I can hear you, yes, thank you. 165. I like your enthusiasm, but it's not the answer.
Sir, the clock is 3, the banana is 4.
Answer, I just need the answer, the number.
So 165.
Okay, so that's the same as, anybody else has a different, thanks, huh? Yeah. 51. Okay.
Is the answer 150?
150?
Yes.
Or 115? 150. Okay, both the answers are wrong.
So is it 72?
72? I don't think so.
So 120?
I don't think so. Good answering. I like the enthusiasm of the students, yes.
165.
It's not 165.
67.
67. I'm afraid it's not the correct answer. 118. 18.
38.
I didn't hear, so far I didn't hear the correct answer.
495. 495. 495.
71.
Ma'am, sir?
Yeah.
495.
495. My God, the number is increasing.
So 130?
No, thank you. That's not the answer. Okay, it's a 2-digit number.
38.
Who said that?
38.
Yes. Who said that? Okay, maybe you can explain now. Why do you got 38? See? You have to tell. Can you explain it? Explain it, then I can accept the answer. It's a correct answer.
The child doesn't want to explain.
Okay, so why? See, be ready to explain. That's something in life, not just the answer. Okay, somebody was explaining. Can anybody explain why you got it? I think somebody was attempting to explain. Huh? They said an answer, which is correct answer, but I want to hear how you got it. Can you take the microphone? Because I want to hear how you explain it. Yes. So we'll wait for the clap till we hear the explanation.
Sir, actually the clock is 3, but in the last picture the clock is 2, it's showing 2.
Okay.
And there are 3 bananas down, whereas there are 4 up.
Okay, that's good.
And the number of sides down is 6 plus 5, 11.
Yes, that's right. So
88, yeah.
So what is the total? And Boardmaster rule, what is the rule? First you need to?
First you need to multiply, yeah.
Multiply. Okay, so you need to multiply the 3 multiplied by?
Into 11.
11.
33 plus
33.
3 plus 2, yeah.
Plus 3 plus 2, the clock. Well answered. Okay, your name, can I hear your name? Your name?
Sir Mark DeMello.
Mark.
Yes.
Okay, let's give a round of applause, Mark. Well done. All right, so this is what, yeah, there's a little reward from the principal. Okay, that's so nice of him, yes. Okay. All right. Okay, good. So, this is a part of, you will find this kind of puzzles for many of the competitive examinations. So there is a logic behind it, and the observation is the key. As I mentioned, you have to be observant, okay? One thing is at speed, the other one is accuracy in your answers. Okay, so let's proceed with our discussions back to. I'll give you more puzzles, don't worry, okay? Okay, so let's talk about the CFA Institute, which has a career in Chartered Financial Analyst. Now, what is CFA? This program is a professional title offered by the CFA Institute, and a candidate who successfully completes the program and that meets other professional requirements of the program is becoming a CFA charter holder. So you get a degree of CFA charter, you become a CFA charter holder. The requirements is 4 years of qualified work experience and with a combination of education, work experience accepted by the CFA Institute. And if you are becoming the CFA Institute, you have to adhere to the code of ethics of the CFA Institute, just like ICAI. There are code of ethics, code of conduct in your profession, and you also need to update your skills on a yearly basis. So there are professional development programs within it. Now the job opportunities after the CFA is portfolio manager, research analyst, CE, the chief executive of organizations, okay, the risk manager. These are some of the titles, okay, maybe the title might be interested in, fancy titles might be interested in, okay, so accountant, officer, strategist, performance measurement, private banker. So sometimes titles are, sometimes not very important, because everybody should be proud of their profession no matter what you do. No matter what you do, everybody must be. In Western countries, perhaps you can see there is more of dignity for any profession. I don't know, sometimes we look at, maybe in the traditional Indian way, looking at the profession, okay, regarding somebody below our, below in the society, whatever it is, nature, that cannot be there. A small incident, is 1965, some of the visitors took a round in NASA, 1965. So they saw a person standing in the corridor, and one gentleman asked, "So what do you do here?" Without skipping a beat, this person said, "We are sending somebody to the moon." And this person is a janitor. He's a cleaner of the toilet. But the pride in which he said, he's not telling, "I'm cleaning the toilets." He said, "We are sending somebody to moon." So everybody is proud of what he is doing. Imagine your photocopier guy, or somebody who cleans your bathroom is not present for one day. Can you imagine for living for one day, going to the washrooms? It's impossible. So everybody has got a role to play in the organization. You have just like the bricks on the wall, or like the links of a chain. They said that the company is as strong as the weakest chain. So if you have weak links in the company, no matter how strong the other chains are, the chain is weak. So address the weak links in the organizations. So what we said about this, job opportunities after CFA, it is not just the profession that you do, but you're proud about what you are actually doing. Your role is immensely important for what you're doing. Moving on to the next profession. This profession was not heard earlier. I've never heard about it in my college days. This is called the actuarial science. Now the career in actuaries are, this particular science is involved in assessing the financial impact and the risk uncertainty. The risk uncertainty of the companies. They might be looking at what could go wrong in the company, what could be the financial implications of something which is going wrong. They look at the financial security systems, then they regularly monitor their complexity, their mathematics involved in it. Actuary, in other words, is they are the caretakers or the onlookers for the company, ensuring that no mishaps takes place within the company. And they also try to minimize the financial loss involved in any incidental situation. It could be accidents, it could be death of an individual, it could be a fire. So any of the risk involved in it, they might to minimize risk. They have already written a strategy for dealing with these situations. Yes, it's possible to have an impact on the balance sheet of the company, but the prerequisite qualities to become this particular thing is analytical skills. Okay, you can see that business analysis is an important element to be careful about. It is also important that these people are aware of the business knowledge. Sometimes we call it as the industrial awareness of this company, and understanding of human behavior. What could people take some risks, sometimes fraud, financial matters, and they're aware of these particular things, and they take control of these risks for the future. They'll be advising the company accordingly. So actuarial science, they're basically the caretakers and onlookers for the company. So many of the large banks have this actuarial science. It's becoming very popular. Some of my family, friends, and their children are going for actuarial science. Again, it's a financial job they can think about. All right, so the other one that you can think about is, there is an institute in India, it's called Institute of Actuaries of India. Okay, IAI is that's a statutory body if you are pursuing it in India. Of course, it's well recognized abroad, and in foreign universities also the science is becoming very, very popular. The advancement of actual profession in India, that's where this particular objectives of this actuarial science. Ready for a puzzle? Okay. You have to tell me in 5 seconds. Now, this time we don't have time for long. Okay? 5 seconds, you have to just shout the answers from there. 5 seconds. Here we go. Okay, somebody said 8 from here. Okay. I don't know who it is. Yeah, you said it? Yeah, your name? Your name? Yeah. Oh, you said 6, okay, because you're wearing mask. Somebody said 8 from here. Okay, your name? Akshara said 8. Absolutely right, Akshara. Let's give a round of applause. There are 8. Okay, so other than the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the top and the sides and the sleeves and the bottom, you see that the 2 sides of the shirt, the front and the back, will count for the 7 and the 8. Okay, well done with it. Okay, are you ready for the next one? Quickly, 5 seconds only. All right, ready? Here we go. Brilliant, yes, okay. I'm sure many of us will look at the numbers. 1, 2, 3, oh, color. What's your answer? What's your name? Adeb. Okay, Adeb, well done. That's the answer. How many? What's the mistake? The word spot has been repeated. Okay, so the last one. Are you ready? Which line is longer? See, I tricked you. That was very obvious. A was longer. See, everybody was thinking about, oh, there's some trick in it. No tricks. A was longer. Okay. All right. So, yeah, let's compartmentalize the puzzles that we get without being influenced by the previous one. Let's talk about perhaps the most popular. I'm sure you heard about all these things, right? Every student might have heard about it. Yes or no? Yes. Careers in Master of Business Administration, perhaps another very popular one, the MBA program. So MBA, or Masters of Business Administration, is, it's a master's degree after your BBA sometimes, not commerce, but BBA. But you can choose this profession after, you can choose this program after any of those professional degree programs. You can be an engineer, you can be even a doctor. I've taken seeing them. Any profession can choose this MBA program. The only thing is, the profession is quite old. You can see that since it started in the United States in the late 19th century. The only important thing is from which university, which institute, which school you're taking this degree program. Because every nook and corner of the country can see MBA, see whether its validity, see whether it is recognized by the people outside. So the main reason is to increase knowledge and advance career in the career betterment. So if you have just a bachelor's program, an MBA program, some people do double masters. They might be masters in, they might do an MCom, master in commerce, and they will do an MBA program. So this is a program which has got its own validity anywhere, but as mentioned before, remember from where you take this degree program. The university is important here. This is perhaps another popular thing, career in banking. Okay, banking and, career in banking, which is very popular there. So banks are the institution you can find it in anywhere, any country. And the most important thing is they have a wide range of activities within the banks. So great salaries, and there is high job security and high social acceptance when you say that if you're a banker, you can be a consultant financial consultant for people. And jobs are secured to a great extent in many places, many countries. Although the regular banking job like accounting and being a teller. You heard about teller in a bank? Children, have you heard about teller? Who is a teller in a bank? I doubt. Somebody who speaks? No. Teller in a bank is somebody who dispenses the money for you. the teller counters. You know, there is a forecast which clearly says these professions are going to be extinct in the near future because you don't need tellers anymore. You have the ATM, the machine dispensing machines. So some of these professions, traditional professions, may be wiped out very soon. Like they say, even the truck drivers in the US, you know, that profession will be soon be automated with the, you know, self-driving cars like Tesla. So some of these professions, you will just look in the YouTube for professions which will be thriving, because imagine we have never seen the change that happened in the last 5 years or in the last 3 years. Pre-COVID and post-COVID, professions are different now. Okay, and then you can't see that by the time you complete your graduation, how many years will it take? 5 years? Maybe, or more, or 7 years. In 7 years, perhaps people can't predict what will be the change in the professional world today. So think about these things, banking, but then banking jobs are having great salaries and high job security. Financial planning skills and talents. The financial planning sector is booming, and a variety of career options are there in the financial planning sector. You can be a counselor, you can be an advisor for people to invest in different areas, whether it's stock market, whether it is, shares or debentures. You can have a lot of, a plethora of activities in this. A financial planner is a certificate course, if you know what the course is. And they're looking into professions who are taking an advisory role in the financial matters. So this particular profession, certified financial planner, the CFP board is there in the US, and it has got its affiliation body in India. It's called CPBF as in India. So this CFP is a mark of excellence, and that you are a certified person who can give you counseling or advice on financial matters. Or it could be tax, it could be planning, it could be insurance, it could be estate planning. You know, you're for big conglomerates and the companies, you can be an estate planner. So these are the areas that you can be. So financial planning is another area which you can think as a commerce graduate. All right, what is this? Oh, well done, yes. Okay, you rightly guessed it, multitasking. How is multitasking? We all do that. Are we proud about it? Are we proud about it? Yeah, in fact, today's generation, we have to multitask. Can you give an examples that you multitask? Huh? Mothers, yes, mothers, of course, they have no choice. They have no choice, okay, thank you. Is it okay to drive and speak on the phone? Huh? It's a? Do you think it's okay to if you have Bluetooth without holding it? Yeah, because psychologists call multitasking inattentional blindness. When you speak to somebody, I'm sure those who drive will know that, when you speak to somebody, even on the Bluetooth, when you drive and you reach the destination, you suddenly, it's like you're waking up, I've reached. You've passed the signals, you have taken the roundabouts, you have taken the turns, because the mind creates visual images of those who speak to you. Mind is, see, the human brain can only focus on one element at a time. We can switch between one or the other, but that switching costs. So if you have the mobile phone in front of you, Snapchat or Instagram, and you're doing the homework at home, is it possible? Now, you can say that it's possible by me, but the end result, there is always the deficit of your performance at the end of it. See, if you focus on one element at a time, you can complete it with much prior method of completion than focusing on two things. This is a small video from BBC on multitasking, which might be of importance to you as you're growing professionals in the future.
With life getting more demanding and hectic all the time, it seems there's only one way to cope: multitasking. Gurus and life hackers make a living telling us how to get better at it. But can we actually multitask? The term was first used in the 60s to describe computer performance. The human brain, though, is not a computer, and human attention is a very limited resource. Some psychologists model visual attention as being like a spotlight. It can only be shone in one direction at any one time. Our primary focus, what we're paying most attention to, is like the brightly lit area in the center of the beam. It can also be understood as being like a zoom lens. We can choose to narrow our focus to concentrate in detail, or widen it to be aware of more things simultaneously. But we can't be zoomed in and out at the same time. Even though we're constantly receiving a huge amount of information from our senses, it's only possible for a small amount to make it through to conscious awareness. Watch the next section very carefully and pay particular attention to how many balls bounce in the circle. How many can you count? 7, right? But did you also notice that little dinosaur? What about the changing shape of the circle? Or the smiley face on one of the balls? This shows just how powerful focused attention is. Being able to filter out irrelevant detail is an amazingly useful tool, but it means we can miss things that are right under our noses, an effect known as inattention blindness. You can see this very clearly in the famous invisible gorilla experiment. When asked to concentrate exclusively on how often basketball players in white pass the ball, most people completely miss the gorilla walking across the screen and beating his chest. We just don't have the capacity to process everything at once. This is a particular problem when we try to multitask. We can switch attention from one task to another and back again, but when attention is overloaded, we miss things. The result is nearly always that we perform tasks less well than we would doing them one at a time. It's only truly possible to do 2 things at once if they require different sets of cognitive resources. For example, it's totally possible to read a book and listen to music at the same time, which would suggest that driving while talking on the phone is not a problem, as long as it's a hands-free phone. It's not that simple, though. Research has shown that while talking on the phone, we have a tendency to create mental images, and this uses the same visual resources needed for driving. And if visual resources become too stretched, it's perfectly possible for a driver to look directly at a hazard, but, just like with that little dinosaur, fail to see it. Not everything will make it through to conscious awareness. So multitasking makes us at best inefficient, and at worst, downright dangerous. If you're feeling like you should be doing 17 things at once, remember, that's just not the way your brain is wired.
Thanks for watching.
Okay, so that gives you a small idea think about multitasking. Of course, we can listen to music and study. That's okay, but serious work, I have this addiction for myself. I have the addiction for the mobile phones, being a social media user. So I physically put my mobile phone away from me, because if I need to focus on researching, writing a paper, I cannot have the paper the mobile phone right in front of me. It will definitely distract you. So we have it, and then sometimes I put it face down with silent. So if anybody calls, I can pick up, but I don't get to see that the pings. I don't want to see that light from the mobile emitting. So this is again called multitasking, the dangers about it. All right, back to a few more careers. Careers in insurance. Okay, this is another popular career for commerce graduates, commerce professionals. Presently, the insurance sector is open in India. You can see that many multinational companies collaborate with Indian companies other than the traditional life insurance corporation or the general insurance corporation. So a lot of different types of insurance companies come here, and there is an exponential growth, especially after COVID, to people get insured for health insurances and everything. So this another sector where commerce graduates can be of much use there. So there are enormous opportunities to explore in this particular area, to think about a great career in it. Then the general career in finance activities. Financial operations are crucial for any business organizations. Even if you go to a small shop or a supermarket, there is always an accounting department. Or there's always, if you think about a school or a hospital or any kind of commercial establishment, financial jobs are always there. Of course, certain jobs are automated now with the computerization. However, irrespective of that, you'll get many general professions which are there in every organization that you think about. So finance is an opportunity which you can think about as a multidisciplinary approach and a strong conceptual base in any particular thing. Have you heard this before at the workplace? Have you heard about what is KSA? I knew that you would say Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but at workplace, what is that? I'll tell you for the first one, knowledge. What is second one? Knowledge, another element that you need at work. Yeah, somebody said it. What is that? And the third one? Huh? We said about this word earlier. What is that? The attitude. How important is this? Knowledge, skills, and attitude. Which one is important? Or which one is more important? All the three? Here is a small experiment, and you tell me which one is more important.
There are three things in life that makes the person successful. One is the knowledge the person has, the skills he develops, and the attitude he has. It can be demonstrated by a very simple experiment of balancing the two heavy stainless steel forks on the edge of the glass. One fork knowledge the person has. The another represents the skill a person needs to possess. And then knowledge and skills are individual to the person. They live with him and die with him. It cannot be passed on. But they can be connected to the society or the organization through another agency called as the toothpick. If you can see, the forks are hanging free on the edge of the glass with a toothpick. If you see 3/4 of the toothpick is outside the glass, a small portion is inside the glass. Now what should happen if I burn the toothpick from inside? Watch carefully. I start burning this toothpick. What normally people expect is, as the toothpick burns, the wood burns and the whole fork should fall down. It would not happen. Try to take another matchstick. I'll try to burn it. The inside of the toothpick. Not two. Even if you take 20 matchsticks, it will not burn beyond that. If you observe carefully, the toothpick is balancing on the edge of the glass, which is not even 1 millimeter thick. Two heavy forks are balancing on that. This is most important to us. Your knowledge and skills are important. But what is most important is the attitude which connects you to society and organization. Among the three things that I have, glass, fork and toothpick. Toothpick is fragile, it can be burned. That means in your life, your attitude is more tested than your knowledge and skills. If your attitude is firm, in spite of being burned several times, it will not drop your knowledge and skills. Please watch carefully. I slowly lift the glass up now. You can see. Still knowledge and skills are held together by the attitude. Now I push the attitude out. When I push the attitude out, the knowledge and skills also fall down. Therefore, the most important aspect in life for success is not the knowledge, not just the skills. It is the attitude a person carries. Ultimately, that holds him in difficult times and make him successful in good times.
All right, so thank you so much for this wonderful attendance and then wonderful participation also. We conclude here with the career in commerce, and we believe that there is a panel discussion soon after. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the informative and enriching session. Sir has already recharged us with his interactive and engaging session. Let us all refresh ourselves. We'll have a short refreshment break before the upcoming panel discussion session. I request dear audience to be back by 11:25 a.m. and we'll start 11:30. Okay, we'll start our session at 11:30 sharp. Okay, thank you.
Avenir is a global career guidance event to empower students and assist them in identifying their ideal future career path. It was conceptualized by the Board of Directors of Indian Schools in Sultanate of Oman. The first Avenir was organized at Indian School Al Mabala in the year 2018. In 2019, Indian School El Seeb conducted the program. Indian School Muscat conducted the first virtual Avenir in the year 2020. Avenir 2021 was conducted virtually by Indian School Al Wadi Al Kabir. In 2022, the flagship school in Oman. Indian School Bosher is all set to fly the flag higher by conducting Avenir 2022 in hybrid mode. Our impeccable planning, devoted team, unmatched resources guarantee a memorable event. The 5-day event will be held from Thursday, October 13, 2022 to Tuesday, October 18, 2022. Prominent achievers, educators, and industry experts will address the audience. Universities and educational institutes from different corners of the globe will present themselves to the audience of Avenir 2022. The event is open to all educational boards, including CBSE, ICSE, IGCSE, and IB. It will provide comprehensive career guidance to students to pursue their passions at national and international universities. Avenir 2022 guarantees a wealth of information and awareness on 21st century courses, scholarships, internships, and career placements. This event will assist students in discovering their ideal future career path. Let us gather together for this 5 days of excitement, effulgence, enlightenment, exploration, and exaltation. Let's join Avenir 2022 to discover you.
Welcome back, everyone. Please settle down. Dear students, I request you to please settle down soon. We'll be starting our session. Dear children, please settle down soon. Let's maintain silence.
Dear students, I request everyone to kindly maintain silence and settle down fast. And we will be starting the session in another 2 minutes. Thank you.
A discussion is an exchange of knowledge. Your perspective is always limited by how much you know. Expand your knowledge and you will transform your mind. Let me invite our moderator for this session, Ms. Ritu, to lead us for the panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, one and all. Welcome to the panel discussion on the opportunities in the field of banking and finance. Dear students, your career choice is one of the best decisions that you'll ever make. And commerce is one of the most sought after and an interesting stream. According to a report by Maharashtrian state government, earlier this year, commerce was the most popular stream amongst class 10 students and 21% of students opting for it. Dear students, getting to know about yourself, your goals, your aptitude, your personality, your interests and values is the best place to discover yourself to start up a potential career in commerce. In the words of Thomas Gray, commerce changes the fate and the genius of nations. On the other hand, commerce is also a stream that students generally have the least idea about, as the subject taught in commerce, namely accountancy, business studies, and economics, are new to the students. Being a commerce teacher myself, I always tell my students that you all are grown-up kids in KG with respect to the subject taught in commerce. Today, we have with us eminent panelists from the various fields of commercial, banking, and finance to give you a deep insight into commerce careers. Here, I profoundly welcome the panel members, Mr. A.V. Manohar, CEO, Wisdom Business and Training Services. Welcome, sir. Mr. Gobind Kukreja, Finance Head, Sohar International Bank. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sajeev Surendran, Chairman, ICI Muscat Chapter. Welcome, sir. Last but not the least, Ms. Ashwini Savrikar, Chief Audit and Risk Officer with Arabia Falcon Insurance Company. Welcome, ma'am. Dear sirs and ma'am, we warmly welcome you to Avenir 2022 Discover You. I request each one of you to please join us on stage. Dear students, I request every one of you to put your hands together as we welcome our panel members on stage. Keep it going. Dear students, how many of you wants to pursue commerce? How many of you wants to pursue commerce? How many of you actually know about commerce? Your sister, your brothers, maybe your father who's already a CA? Yeah, many of you? Okay. To become a CA, CS or CMA is a dream to many of you, isn't it? We all want the top positions, right? So, today, we have with us our panel members discussing the topic of opportunities in the field of banking and finance, and how can you reach to the top positions in the organization. So with your due permission, sir and ma'am, shall we start with the panel discussion? Am I audible? Yes. Manohar sir, you being the pioneer in finance, in commerce, my first question to you is, sir, what are the merits of being a commerce student? Why should a student opt for commerce stream? And what kind of careers are available after commerce stream?
Good morning and my warm greetings to each one of you. It is a blessed opportunity for all of us to be here. And we are all connected with the young minds of Oman. We thank all of you for the opportunity you have given to us. The first question she has posed to me, she has asked me, why? Because Avenir starts with AV, and my initial also start with AV.
Correct,
so
sir.
thank you, madam, for this. See, commerce, she says, what are the merits? If you want to become meritorious, yes, join commerce. That is the simplest and simple answer. See, here I just would like to mention that if you want to become meritorious in your life, you have to have a big picture. Okay, you have to see the big picture. Before you see the building, before even the brickwork is started. Okay, so that type of visualization you should have. Commerce makes you meritorious. I will tell you. Take the word of commerce. C-O-M-M-E-R-C-E. Okay. I am borrowing some letters. C-O, M, and C. It's like a triangle. Commerce is a triangle. I am giving you a very simple definition. Okay. Your teachers may be giving very hard definitions that you have to memorize. That is different. But now you can easily understand. Commerce is like a triangle. CO is one side of the triangle which talks about the country. The country's resources, country's finance, country's foreign exchange, country's monetary policy, economic policy, all related to the country. Country's laws, country's resources, all these things. So, it is about the country. Then, the next side of the triangle starts with M. This is money. Money matters, right? So, how to have the money, how to save the money, how to get the money, how to account the money. All these things are covered in this second side of the triangle. And third one is CE, community engagement, community empowerment. Okay, what for we are all running a school, you tell me? Community development, society development. Each of us is dependent upon others for all these things. If I have to have a notebook, I have to have somebody who has supplied me the notebook. So like that, all of us are dependent. So what is the center? Is the powerhouse. Who is the powerhouse? The person who has done commerce is the powerhouse. He is giving power to the government. He is giving power to the society. He is giving power to all of us by providing money or by concentrating or accounting or focusing on the money matters. So how important it is? Very, very important profession. Yes, that is one. Then what's the next question?
The question is, what kind of careers are available after commerce stream?
Yes, opportunities galore. That's what I can say. You can be a financial accountant, taking care of the trial balance, balance sheet, profit and loss account, and accountable to the shareholders by giving these audited financial statements. You can be the internal auditor or related to the finance matters only. Then, this is about the company. Then, for the costing of that, why costing is very important? Costing plays a crucial role because unless you compute the cost, you cannot price the product, right? So you have to have a good knowledge about the costing aspects. Then, of course, when I say costing, another important aspect is management accounting. What is management accounting? How you will take decision, how the board will take decision. You are going to be useful in guiding them. Management decision making. See, decision making is not easy. Okay, people have to think before giving a decision. Okay, otherwise it will be difficult. So this is an important role. This is one line. Next line is about the investment aspect. Investment is a very big field. You can make investment, that is investment banking and all we are going to talk about. The investment is very, very important. How you invest your money, how you save your money. Unless you invest, you cannot reap the benefits. So the investment angle is very important. And here we are going to talk about, when I say investment, you also think about the fixed deposits or the stock market operations, buying, selling, and then company buying, company selling. In all these things, the commerce student or the commerce person has got a very good role to play. And then about the audit. Audit person who is an auditor is well respected in the society because he can be approached for anything and everything. Any consultation, he will give an answer. That type of confidence, auditor is in a position to give. How? Because he has empowered himself to be the knowledge center or the powerhouse for the society. Then he can also be in the government and also in Ministry of Finance or Central Bank because they can decide about the monetary policy of the country, country development, fiscal policy of the country. See, all are available. And then I do not like all these things. What I can do? I want to be in the noble profession like teachers who are all here. He can be a professor, teacher, giving the information about finance, accounts, everything to the society or the students, for the youngsters. In this way, if you see, this person, the commerce person, he is useful to the country, useful to himself, useful for the society. Okay, so in this way, and he is also a guardian of information. Not only information, he is also using the information for transformation of the country, society, himself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. As sir rightly said, that money is the power, and so commerce brings money, so the power is with commerce stream. Isn't it, students? Yes. So, and one of the most important or one of the most sought after profession for commerce student is CA. Yeah? So we have with us Sajeev sir. My next question is about CA qualification. So I would pose that question to Sajeev sir. My question is, sir, you are the chairman of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Muscat chapter. So please could you throw some light on how to do CA and what is the eligibility criteria for CA qualification? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rudumam. Happy morning, dear students. Are you ready? No sound.
Yes, we are.
Please,
Yes, we are. Come on, students.
louder. Do you know the importance of this event? Or your principal asked to attend this event. There is some event is going on. Please go and be there 2 hours. We'll have some snacks. Is that so? No. You know, we are finance professionals, teachers. There are senior banking professionals, different senior members are here. You know the importance of this day for you? The decision making. The decision making for your career, it's very, very important. Do you think any of us can change our profession now? Do you think? No. We cannot change our profession now. So, each one of you, this event is very important to get maximum information to add value to your decision about your career. There are many professions. Each profession has its own quality, merit. It's up to you to choose the right profession. So here we are, with our limited exposure and knowledge, try to give maximum inputs for you to take a decision for your career. You know, health is very important. Your technology is very important. And then?
Money.
Money is very important. So, you know, the medicine or doctor's profession, engineers or technology, similar to that commerce. You can link probably, I'll choose doctor's profession. When you talk about medicine, and you take your daily life, when you have your infection in your eyes, you will go to ENT. You know, you have each specification or specialist available to treat your health, your body. But in common, which is called medicine or health-related profession, health. Or engineering, you look at hundreds of branches, but in common, you call it engineers. Commerce is again, you know, it's a business. You know, without business, there is no world. Even the doctors practice under a company. You study in a school where the money is very important, that's why you pay fees, correct? To pay fees, your parents earn from a company or an organization where he or she gets salary, correct? So it's, whatever you take, it's connected to the money. Now, the commerce is a term which we call in total, but when you get into a business, try to give a shape to a business. To manage a business or to run a business, there are hundreds of parts, like body parts. It should function. Then only a company or an organization will run smoothly. I was trying to give an overview about the business and commerce. Here, the profession, the opportunity, the commerce professional opportunities is vast, and you have to choose. For that, first entry point is you should select commerce. So, if you wish to be in the business side, or if you like the business, or managing the business, or part of an organization which will make difference, you should understand each profession, how it will add value and what it really means. When you look at a business, you know a business, it has to be started by someone called shareholders or the owners. They will bring the money. When they bring the money, which is called capital, see, you just keep it as a money which they brought. They put it in the company. And a core business operation is set. The revenue is generated. To generate the revenue, asset is created. You know asset. Asset is generated. Money is coming. It has to be controlled. It has to be managed. It has to be accounted. It has to be reported. So all these stages in a large organization or any organization, it's a specialized skill set is required. Your detailed professional specialization is linked to, or the courses, the opportunities are linked to these areas. I hope you are getting a little bit of what I'm trying to convey.
Yes, sir.
So, the specific question to me as a chairperson of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Muscat chapter, what is CA or how can you get into? Chartered accountancy, as you probably know, it's an accountancy profession where the expectation is to become a professional, finance professional with an accounting expertise, where you will have auditing, taxation. There are many subjects, but costing, management accounts, all these subjects. But you know the auditor. Do you know the auditor? Have you heard of auditor, the term auditor, term auditing?
My commerce students will know it.
Your
Yes.
commerce? Sorry? From where the sound is coming?
Yes, students, you know auditing?
Auditing? Someone, please make it.
Yes, anyone can give an answer. What is auditing?
Okay, I'll define. In your class teacher, yeah, please.
So financial inspection.
Sorry?
Like,
Louder.
Analyzing the financial statement.
He said financial inspection.
Now I'll put it in your language. Do you audit your friends in the class?
Yeah.
Class teacher asks you to monitor the class, right?
Yes. Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's auditing. You are auditing others. Right?
Yes, sir.
See, auditing is anything which you check and give an opinion on a specific thing. Where a business, when it runs, a business is owned by someone, a shareholder, is managed by a group of management people. End of the day, there should be someone independently checking whether the business is running as per the interest of the owners or the shareholders, right? That profession needs a lot of expertise. This expert is called auditor. So do you know the value of an auditor now? Any company, whether it is small, large, this company has to be audited by an auditor. For whom? For various stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders could be the shareholders, could be banks who lend the money, government who collect the tax, the investors who invest, or potential investors who invest, lenders who lend, suppliers who supply, customers who deal, right? There are various stakeholders who interest to know the position of a company. So the auditor's profession is to audit the financial statement of a company. Now, come to a chartered accountancy. In India, to do an auditing function of a company, you have to be an Indian chartered accountant. Indian chartered accountant means a member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, set up under the Act passed in the Parliament in 1949. You cannot do an audit of any company in India without having a qualification, as I mentioned. It's clear? Clear. That doesn't mean CA has to be an auditor all the time. You can choose your profession, whether you want to practice or you have to go for industry or job. You can see all multinational companies or small companies or large companies, mid-corporate, banking, where the chartered accountants, they play a vital role as a financial expert. Coming back, I think there is another question for abroad.
There's a slide, sir, also.
Yeah, there is there's a slide to give a overview about CA qualification. There are two routes, foundation route and a graduation route. Foundation route, as you can see, register after 10th standard, then write your exam after appearing for 12th standard, then qualify 12th standard and foundation, then register for your intermediate, qualify one or both the groups of intermediate, then you can appear for final, and then final membership. The similar way after graduation, it is there. So this probably I can share, Rudumam share it with the students. See now, the point is, chartered accountancy course, the recognition is the power to sign an audit report in India. And coincidentally, we all four are chartered accountants.
All four are CAs, yes.
All four are CAs. We all four from different perspective. Ashwini ji is the chief auditor, internal auditor. Manohar sir is a CEO of his own business. I am practicing. Govind sir is in banking. He's with Bank Soha. So, different profession. Probably you can see, basically we are all chartered accountants, but we are all in different field. Try to understand the vast dimension of the profession, and you can keep your questions ready. We would be ready to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inputs. As sir rightly mentioned, all four are CAs here, so the money is with ISB today. Yes. Now my next question is to you, ma'am. As discussed by sir about CA qualification, my question to you is, what are the other professional qualifications apart from CA and how different or same they are to each other?
Thank you, Rita ma'am. Good morning, students, girls and boys. I think you attended one session in the morning and then there's another one. So let me warm you up. How's the Josh?
Hi, sir.
How's the Josh?
Hi, ma'am.
I can't hear you guys. How's the Josh?
Hi, ma'am.
Okay. So we said that it's about money. Everything is about money, commerce, finance. And we spoke about jargon. We spoke in simple terms what it is. And let me tell you some more about the different qualifications which are possible. So CA is, of course, one of the most sought after qualification when it comes to finance and commerce. But there's also ICWA, which Manohar sir touched upon briefly, which sees its place in manufacturing and construction industries as cost accountants. Then there is CS, which is company secretary. So again, when it comes to corporate governance, compliances, especially with listed companies, they need a person who is a qualified company secretary. So that's again another CS is another qualification which one can take. MBA Finance, I'm sure everybody must have heard about MBA, Management in Finance. And we have Institute of the IIMs in India, which are the top management schools. Then we have XLRI, we have FMS in Delhi, we have Bajaj. And then, of course, we have other state-level management schools, which are also available in India as well as abroad everywhere. So MBA Finance is again another career which is quite sought after, and someone who's an MBA Finance will find place in different industries, in different profiles. How to choose which MBA Finance? So the CA, CS, ICWA, there is a specific institute which gives out that certification. But when it comes to MBA Finance, there are multiple colleges and universities. So which one to choose? The thing which you need to look at is what is the entry criteria. So if the entry criteria anybody can enter, then obviously any Tom, Dick and Harry can start doing the course. So the more stringent is the entry criteria for that MBA course, the better standing that course will have. That is one criteria you check. Another thing, all these MBA universities, they will have their websites, they will give you information about the placements which happen. So after the 2-year MBA which you complete, where are the previous guys being placed? Which companies? Which countries? What are the average salaries that they get? So these are the criteria you decide, you look at before you choose which MBA college you want to go to, if MBA Finance is the thing that you want to choose. Along with CA, the Indian CA, which we had an elaborate discussion, there is also CA in other countries. So the UK CA, the Australia CA, the different countries have their own chartered accountant qualifications. As an Indian CA, that CA, if you want to settle down in UK or Australia or other countries, if you have done the Indian CA, you will get some benefit of some certain subjects when you do the CA of that country. In US, of course, it is called CPA, which is a certified, I forgot the full term. It's CPA, public accountant, yes, CPA. So like we have CA in India, it is CPA in USA. So if somebody wants to settle down in US, being in the accounting line, you would have to choose CPA. There is ACCA, which is again a UK qualification. It is different than the CA of UK. ACCA is a different qualification, and while in Oman, you can do ACCA, a course like ACCA. These are mostly on the account side, management side. Manohar sir mentioned about the CMA, management accountant. Investment is a totally different field. And if you want to do a qualification in investment, one of the most sought after one is CFA. It's a US institute, and you can do the CFA charter qualification of USA, which specializes in the investment area. Financial risk management, so that's again another ball game, and there are universities and colleges, I know some of them in UK and US, who have financial risk management related courses. That's again a very sought after field. Insurance is one of the specialized areas in finance, in the finance industry, and there are insurance qualifications. Insurance as a business originated or started was born in UK. So of course UK qualification in insurance is one of the prime one, the CII. But every country also has its own qualifications. India has a specific qualification for insurance. And I'm sure the other countries also have their own insurance qualifications. In the coming days, data, and I'm sure I think Dr. Binu also mentioned about data in the previous session, and today everybody knows data is the king, so data analysis becomes very important. If in the insurance line and somebody wants to do something in data analysis, actuarial line is one of the very important area that one can choose, which needs a lot of data crunching. So there are special qualifications for actuaries if somebody wants to work as an actuary in the insurance industry. There is internal auditing. So there is a Institute of Internal Auditors in US. Plus also every country has their own internal audit certificate giving entities. So that's another career option that one can choose. Last year, I don't know how many of you followed, so the government of India announced the IIA Institute, which is being launched, a new institute. It's just like IIMs that we have for management, there will be the Indian Institute of Accountants, which will be like a parallel qualification for CA. Today we have only CA as a qualification in India, so there will be an IIA qualification. I believe our country will be setting up these institutes, and then the first batch will start, and then we will see accountants coming out of the IIA Institute as well. Now all these are professional qualifications which I mentioned, so which means you have to have your basic graduation, which is a must. These certification courses are all professional courses. They may or may not have an equivalency of a graduation. So one needs to have a graduation. And as Sajeev ji mentioned, the typical graduation when you want to get into finance is a commerce stream, which means you will do a BCom. If you do a BCom, of course, one can also do an MCom, which is Masters in Commerce. However, there is also a possibility of doing all these professional courses even if you have chosen a science stream or a humanities stream after your 12th. So it's quite possible that in your 12th or after your 10th you feel that you want to do science, but later on you develop interest for economics, for commerce subjects, and then you can very well go for these kind of commerce related and finance related professional courses. Later on, as we move along, if there are any questions on the qualifications, I'll be happy to address.
See, another exciting course is CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst. See, this takes you straight to the stock market operations. Okay, that is very, very interesting to your mind. It will be very, very unremunerative also. And lot of analysis and other things are there. But nowadays you can see lot of financial analysis. For doing that, this course gives a lot of training and also technical analysis. There is another analysis which is done in the stock market. These are all very, very rare, and it will make you above average, extra skillful. If you have that knowledge, you can earn better salaries, and you will be in better positions also. So you have to grab such opportunities.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Gobind, sir, you have been sitting quietly for some time now. So my next question is for you, sir. Sir, what should be the subject strength for choosing commerce and finance? And how should the kids who have maths phobia, let's say, students are not good in maths, I'm not good at numbers, and accountancy is all about numbers. So how should these students look at commerce?
Good afternoon. Lucky you guys. Yesterday, actually, I was told the crowd will be, 30 or 50. I see a big number of, students showing interest. Honestly speaking, I was not good at maths. Maths was something like, no ways. It's not my subject. But because I had one interest, that I need to be in commerce, that gave me kind of platform. It's not the subject, it's not the strength, but it's the interest, I would say.
Correct.
Okay, so right from the kind of day one of my post 10, I knew I need to be a banker. To do that, I need to have certain set of basic skills. Now, mathematics is not a must for a chartered accountant. It is allied. Okay, but it's not a key or the mandatory subject, I would say. So if you are good at, let's say, theoretical subjects,
not the, kind of technical or, kind of quants or quantitative subjects, you can land into, areas which are, consulting driven, which are, legal driven, because from commerce, you have like, kind of further scaled work streams or like, kind of academic streams that may lead you to be a good lawyer, that may lead you to be a good internal auditor if you specialize in kind of chartered accountancy. If you choose to like, be on the, mathematic side, if you are good at, then as Manohar sir rightly mentioned, you can be like CFA. Honestly, I was not good at. However, like, I knew I need to be in banking. So slowly, gradually, like, I started showing more interest, understood and went into various sessions like these, okay? Sometimes back, I was, kind of kids like you, kind of interested. At that time, we did not have, like, the forum or the opportunities that you guys have. This time is, kind of full of opportunities. The problem is not of scarcity, the problem is of plenty. Okay, so we have lot. We have to like, kind of just get rid of, kind of things that we don't want. So maths was not my cup of tea. But I knew like, I can, scale it up. So along with like, my commerce, I immediately chose to, kind of go for chartered accountancy because, my mentor, like the teacher who used to like, kind of really, inspire me, mentioned me that even if you're not good at maths, you have like, other capabilities or other abilities that may like, kind of lead you to a good banker, if not a good, kind of C-suite executive. So this is the foundation. I mean, you guys are young, you have, kind of strengths and weaknesses, but interest, I would say, is more important than, kind of your any individual subjects. So I would like, try to keep the session very engaging, and we can have like, kind of further, kind of Q&As. I'll like, tell you why I chose CA, why, as Ashwani ma'am was saying, it can lead you to be a CPA. I'm also CPA from Ireland because of Manohar sir, because we have the memorandum of understanding with various institutions across the world, wherein merely by doing CA, you can be a CPA, just cherry pick, like you can cherry pick. I want to be an Australian CA. Yeah, just clear one subject, Australian CA. Member, direct entry, we have pathways, right? So it's the interest that can like, kind of give you the scale and, kind of exposure that you want. Our institute, Chartered Accountancy, is, kind of very renowned. It's a regulated body. The statement that comes from a chartered accountant has, kind of some weight because you will not see like, anybody speaking anything in the forum or anything that is just like that. So commerce is really the foundation. Since you guys have shown some interest, I can assure you, with fintech coming in, with like, technologies coming in the banking and everything, you have a lot to like, do, a lot to grow, a lot to do. So I'll stop here, but definitely like, if there are any questions or anything, we can like, chip in.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to add something here. As sir rightly said, it's about the subject, it's about the interest. It's not about the subject, it's about the interest. I have a personal experience, sir and ma'am. My brother, he failed in 9th standard, and he's now a CA. After failing 9th standard, no one would imagine a person clearing CA, and he did it in all attempts, like in first attempt. So as sir rightly said, it is about the interest. It is when you push those buttons, it is when you push yourself to do and achieve something great. So thank you, sir. Sir, Gobind sir, since you are a banking expert, my next question to you is, can you throw some light on careers available in banking and finance industry, and what career path advice would you give to our student who wants to pursue in banking and finance?
Sure. As I told you, like, commerce is the foundation. Banking, when we purely talk about banking, it's not like, kind of depositing money and like, just taking the loans. That's, conventional old banking. We have sophisticated careers in banking. As Manohar sir was saying, CFA. If you do that, I tell you, you will have a salary which is not comparable. I'm telling you. You will be directly into the dealing room. All the movies that you see, like margin calls and all those things, these guys are nerds. They sit in a dealing room, they do millions and billions of kind of funds moving here and there. So banking is very vast. To start with, it's basically purely taking money and giving loans, yeah? But as a student of commerce, as a student of kind of chartered accountant, or as a member of the body, you have options in the reporting lines. So if you are good at not the maths, if you are good at accounting, which you will scale up, if you are really interested, you will be producing financial statements. What you see is being audited by kind of members or kind of practicing members. They ensure what I produce or a banker produce or an accountant produce is kind of authentic, is kind of clean, is error-free. That's one stream, that's reporting line. If you are good at not the mathematical kind of topics or theoretical, you can be an auditor, okay, on the other side. If you are in between, good at law and legal streams, you can be into regulatory zone. Like these banks are regulated, okay. You have tons of reporting that goes to central banks. I have kind of personally interacted with various central banks in India, in Luxembourg, in Oman. We frequently touch base with these guys. So they see kind of how accurate our reports are. So that stream is also regulatory. And again, you guys are too small to understand all this, but the career is scalable. Vast areas. If you guys are kind of really good at building more academics and more qualifications along with your commerce, then you can be into investment banks. Now, fortunately, I started my career as a banker. People get into the CA firms after completing their chartered accountancy to understand the basic accounting. Fortunately, in my case, I was directly kind of onboarded in the banking. So I started my career with Deutsche Bank, then moved on to the various investment banks like Credit Suisse, Nomura, and the World Bank, and I went to the insurance world also. Swiss Re in Luxembourg. So banking is vast, is huge. I would rephrase the question from banking as kind of finance, because finance is everywhere. Like you pick any entity, any company, any organization, you have finance. CEO will dare to take any decision unless it is approved by a CFO. And that CFO, 90% will be a commerce grad, 90% I'm saying. Majority will be chartered accountants, because as I told you, if something comes out of kind of chartered accountant's mouth, it has to have some weight, it has to have some analysis, it has to have some quality. So banking is vast. I hope, ma'am, I'm...
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes, sir, please.
Actually, banking is an excellent field. Of course, there are lots of aspects are there. One is commercial banking, which all of us are depositing money, getting loan and all. Then the forex management is there, treasury management is there, and project management is there. All these appraisals and other things require a lot of knowledge about the financial aspects. And while doing that, suppose if you are a credit officer in a bank, you are in a position, you are in an advantageous position to look into the various diversified industries. Everything will come to your table. So at your table, sitting at your table, your knowledge is getting expanded. You will know about the chemical industry, hospitality, education, so many things. In this way, you will self-empower yourself.
Thank you, sir. Now that we heard about banking and finance, my question to Sajeev sir is, sir, you have your own audit and consultancy firm. Could you please throw some light on career options for kids to start their own firms? What are the options? What are the prospects and success factors? And what career guidance advice would you give to our students?
Thank you, Rudhumam, for the question. Kids, again, sleep mode. There is no sound from that side. What happened? Are you listening? Are you there? Just to add to Gobind sir, he was not only good in maths, but I was not good in all subjects. Should I say my percentage?
Sure, sir, if you want to share.
Precisely 58% was my marks in the 10th standard. But this is not to motivate you to score less. Of course, you should score maximum. But just to motivate, there is no bottleneck to reach commerce. Any commerce or any professional degree in commerce. Say, but only one thing you should always keep in mind. You have heard of a lot of courses, engineering, medicine, in different field, but commerce, I must say, your entry is very, very easy. Just pay 10,000 rupees to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Say, for example, it's a ICA. Just pay 10,000 rupees. Securing this graduation 55% mark or 60% mark is not a very big thing. A basic qualification or passing your foundation is not a very big, tough competition like your medicine or entrance. I hope other panelists also will agree with me. So entry route is very, 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 very easy. Just pay 10 to 15,000 rupees in India to join CA course. But exit, unlike other courses, you should decide, you should exit. Otherwise, you will be locked. So this is one important thing always you should keep in mind, your dedication. Your dedication is coming out of your dream. You should try to dream yourself to grab a very good professional degree in commerce. It can be IIM, it can be management side, it can be accountancy profession, CA, it can be CFA, this can be internal audit, IIA, or any such courses. The entry is very easy, but exit is also easy, provided you give a dedicated effort. Now I was talking about motivation, like my marks or my background. But don't look at that point. After that, I got a special motivation. Means each one of us, probably all, even Radhumam's brother also would have got a proper motivation. So you should try to motivate yourself from even the negative motivation. You know, one of the motivation which I got, or negative motivation rather I got, which I try to make it positive. I'll come back to the question. So but before I thought I'll just share this. See, one of my relative was asking me, see, a CA course is very tough, 10 years, 15 years, people are trying, and you being remote part of Kerala, it's a village, and you studied in Malayalam language, Malayalam school, and so many people it was hard to believe that, yes, I'm choosing a profession like this. But I took it in a positive way. Okay, then I'll show what I can do. So this should be the way you should think. There may be a lot of, limited challenges or probably the negative talk or motivations or even the situation at home. You try to look at your career after a couple of years down the line and dream yourself. You have to be like this. You have to be like this. I'll come back to the question. After a CA qualification, the opportunity is wide. You can choose anything, whether it can be if you want to start your own practice within India, outside India, or start business. See, here one good thing always you close to, as I mentioned in my first part, you are very close to the business. See, here one important thing is you learn the business. See, you cannot handle the business or you cannot handle the money without knowing the business, right? Yes. Now, what you purchase and to whom you should pay and from whom you should collect, what should sell, what is a cost, what is a profit, because end of the day, you manage money. The objective of any business is to make the money, correct? So you will have to manage money in such a way that your company make money. So you should know your business. So reaching any position in the business, whether as a CEO of the company or CFO of a company or any position of the company or on a business, it's very easy for you to get into that level. Now, the consultancy I'm talking, which the question specifically was asking about, the consultancy is giving a consultancy or advisory service to the clients on specific area where they wish to get or they think that they are weak or the companies are weak. See, a consultancy firm, when we run, you will have, like when you go to Lulu, you will have all the items ready. The same like the services, the strong areas, verticals, you will have to keep, and you can serve your client with those strong verticals. And setting up a business or firm within India or outside India, it doesn't matter. Business is always everywhere, and the concept is same for all business everywhere. There is no boundaries. End of the day, it's only one objective: to make money. End of the day, your bottom line should be profit, green, and for that, the chemistry or the formula is only one. You sell your product more than your cost. But still, I have one question to you. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This, I got it when I was studying for CA. My mentor or my teacher, he asked, it was in the costing class. A businessman who used to sell the product which he was buying at 10 and he was selling at 5. He was buying the product at $10 and he was selling at $5. Are you getting? Clear? But he became millionaire in 1 year time.
What's the secret?
Any guess? Any guess?
Yes, please. Please hand over the mic. Second row. Raise hand, please. Yes.
According to the need of the customers. Yes, sir. According to the need of the customers, the person sold his product, and he smartly invested. He analyzed the areas, and then he sold his product.
You should come forward for commerce. You have a future, but the answer is not that. Answer I'll tell. You know the answer? He was a billionaire. He was a billionaire in 1 year time. $10 he was buying and he sold at $5 per unit. In 1 year time, he became millionaire. You got it? So that means it is very, very simple in business. The basic principle is you should sell your product with profit. Very simple. You got it? You know billion, how many zeros, and million, how many zeros? I hope you know. Right. With this, I'll hand over.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now that we heard about banking, audit, and tax consultancy, my next question is for Ashwini ma'am. Ma'am, could you please throw some light on the career options available other than these, what we have mentioned earlier, other than banking and consultancy?
Yeah. So I think career options, when you choose finance and commerce, are available in various industries, and then there is also the finance industry. So why am I saying that? If you choose a hardcore finance-related qualification, you could be working in banking sector. There are NBFCs, not non-banking financial institutions, companies. Then there are insurance companies, which is also part of financial sector of a country. So these are all careers within the finance industry itself. And depending on which sub-industry you choose within finance, you could be the main technical person in that company. You could be investment management. There is a buy side, sell side. We said CFA qualification, data analysis is done by the buy side people, by the sell side people. So you could be in the core business function, being in a finance industry. Having said that, no industry is a bar. Why do I say that? Because as we said, there can be CFOs, the chief financial officers of any industry, even if it's a construction industry, manufacturing industry, education industry, hospitals, any of these, they need someone in the finance department. So because finance is also a support function for each and every industry that operates in this world, like we said, you sell your product for more, product or services also. You sell it for more than what you procure it for, you earn a profit. So a finance person will find a place in every industry. I know you are all students. You may or may not have any direct experience about corporate world, but then I'm sure you have seen your parents, your relatives who are working in companies. Think about any company. I'd like to introduce to you a concept of 3 lines. So there are 3 lines in any company. So one is a core management. Core management is a team which is looking at the core business that that company is doing. So if that company is part of a finance industry, they will be doing a finance work. May it be investment, may it be insurance, may it be giving loans, credit, or whatever it is. The second line is a control function. The control function, irrespective of the industry, you will need a finance and commerce background. And this is where the finance managers, the accountants, the CFOs, they find place in this second line of defense, the lines of defense. And the third one is internal audit. So any company has these 3 lines, either the core function of that industry or of that business, the second line, which is a control function, where the finance guys will have a place as accountants, as finance managers, as CFOs, and the third line is an internal audit. So if you do a qualification in internal audit, you would be in the third line, again, irrespective of the industry that you choose. May it be manufacturing, may it be hospitals, hospitality, may it be travel. So irrespective of any industry that you think of. And this is what opens the world for you. So you can always say that, okay, I like biology, but I like commerce. So you can always have a dual qualification, graduation in one line and then some certification courses with finance and commerce. You could be a CFO of a big hospital. So you can always choose depending on your likings. I think my esteemed panelists mentioned that maybe someone was not good at certain subject, they didn't score well in their schools. You know, if you expect a fish to climb a tree, can a fish climb a tree? No. So everyone has some strength. It is for each one of you to identify your strengths. If you are a fish, you have to look for waters and you have to swim there. If you are a squirrel, you have to look for trees and climb the trees. So that's where you have to identify your core strength. And another thing, when you talk about the different industries, I would like to advise, you all are on social media, right? You all use Facebook, Twitter, different social media. There is one social media which is specifically for professionals, and that is LinkedIn. So I urge each one of you to be on LinkedIn, create a profile for yourself, look at the other profiles. So the moment you hear about some industry, the moment you hear about some qualification, the moment you hear about some name who has done well, some successful person, go and look up for their profile, see where they are working. Look at their posts. See what kind of posts they are making. That will tell you more about the work that they are doing. Then you also look at what qualifications that particular person has taken. That will tell you what qualifications will help you reach that kind of a position in that particular industry. And then you can also look at from where they have done those qualifications, right? So I do urge all you kids who are now looking up to where you want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, look at these LinkedIn profiles of people in the areas of your liking, in the subject areas of your liking, and I'm sure you will find your clear path to reach there.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable inputs. Now that we heard ma'am and sir talking about banking, finance, and techs, my next question is for Manohar sir. Sir, since you are the CEO of your company and you are into training services, can you throw some light on career options for kids in academic line after choosing commerce stream? What are the prospects and how should they plan their study chart today to reach at this level?
Actually, regarding the options, already much has been spoken. Academic options like CA and other things. And also the career options also have been spoken, so I will not touch about that aspect. Only thing I want to mention here is, you go to a 5-star hotel. When you go there, you can use various facilities like a dining room, tea shop, spa, tennis court, shuttle court, so many things, health club, everything you can use, right? Like that, if you go into this commerce stream, you have got CA, ICAA, CMA, CFA, like this, anything you can use. But one advantage is, if you have finished one course, there are exemptions available given by the other institutes. So which will make you to finish the other course also. Like this, you can finish 2 or 3 courses, CA, ACS, and also CMA. Like that, you can do multiple courses within a period of 4 to 5 years. So that option also is there, so that you can fill up your visiting card with a lot of qualifications. That advantage is there. Then other question is how to
start up your own firm.
Okay. Okay, this is an interesting question. I just want to tell you, this question I like it because this is applicable to all. Okay. But now what you have to do is, you have to think on a paper. Okay. But now today you have to make a decision or you have to write. Why I want to do CA or why I want to be in a commerce line? What are the things I have heard today? So what are my pluses? What are my weaknesses? Like that you have to make a paper, and then you have to, that means you are reaffirming yourself, yes, I will be in the commerce line. Like this you have to do. Then you have to mentally prepare your mind. That is, mind preparation is very, very important. For that, you have to consult with others, get the guidance from teachers, from experts, all these things, because so many courses are available. Even in accounting, for now, the new one is forensic accounting. That is how to find out the fraud in companies. Some people are also doing that. Like this, depending upon the situation, new courses are also coming. So you have to expand your knowledge. You have to see a lot of YouTubes. Okay, YouTube is not only for entertainment, but also for education. Okay, lot of free lectures are all coming. You can listen to finance, accounts, everything you can learn in that. Then one more important thing is, you have to have a group study. The children, I advise you to have a group study. What happens in group study? One person will teach the problem to others. He is teaching others, or he is discussing with others. When you teach, much clarity will be there in your fundamentals. So in that way, you can improve. And then one important thing I always tell in my training programs, it's called the Jaldi 5 program. That is, it's an act of recall. Suppose you have studied about the budget, which was presented by the finance minister of a country. What are the 5 things which you have observed? This is called Jaldi 5. It may be coming in some games. So I have borrowed that. So what are the important things? Budget, deficit, education, more funds, defense, more funds, like this, 1 or 2, tax, more tax, something like that. For every subject, even in class, if you have a difficult question, after the class is over, immediately you have to recall, what is my Jaldi 5? That's all. That means what happens, you have started to utilize your brain power to the maximum extent. So in this way, we can always help.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can we have a Q&A session now? Students, are you ready with your questions? Please raise your hands if you want to ask any questions. Yes, Tejas? Yes, please raise your hand so that the mic can reach you. Yes.
Sir, good morning. My name is Tejas. What is the reason behind economic collapse in England after the arrival of new Prime Minister?
Repeat again, please.
What is the reason behind economic collapse in England after the arrival of new Prime Minister?
Anyone would like to? Yes, Gobind, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please. Yes.
I'm not an expert, but keeping it fairly simple. The crunch started when the, bonds, like, do you understand bond? The promissory note that, government issues. Okay. Do you understand bond?
Bonds.
Bonds. Sorry?
Can you repeat?
I'm saying, do you understand bonds, promissory notes?
Promissory note.
What are bonds?
No.
Okay.
Not James Bond.
Okay, this is basically...
I've not even heard of it.
Yes, you heard it.
I'll
We
keep it
did that
fairly
in
simple.
class.
I'll keep it fairly simple because the answer is very complex.
Yes.
There is something called government debt, okay? There is something called government debt. The chancellor, the previous chancellor, which was Rishi, and after that, Mr. The new guy, he was fired, by the way, yesterday. I don't think so we have the chancellor who was, kind of running the show. They are, struggling with three dilemma now. Currency, bonds, and obviously inflation, okay? The money market corridor that you have, the bank rate, okay, that is not controlled. Their currency, which is not backed with dollar, is on the other side, and they can't issue more. You can control any government situation or any debt burden situation by issuing more loans. When I say loan, from the government side, they are not able to, okay? So they are in a vicious circle, okay? If you pump more money, like government, kind of spends on, people, social, kind of system, inflation goes up. Why? Because if I give you 1,000, sterlings, you will go and buy. The price of that commodity will increase, yeah? So they are in a vicious circle now. Their currency is not able to, kind of manage the stand. They are not able to issue more bond. And the money market rate that is, kind of US linked is just not kind of comes under control. So the answer is a bit complex, but yes, good point.
Yes.
I'll just
Yes,
add
ma'am.
a bit. It's a very good question. Just one point I would like to add that you cannot link this to a prime minister coming or anything. And I'm not talking specifically about this, but any downfalls that happen, they don't happen overnight. So there has to be something going wrong over a period for something to fall. It falls on a particular day, or the effect is seen on a particular day, but then something has built over a period. Financial industry is a heavily regulated industry. So there are regulators, there are probably multiple regulators in every country which regulate the financial industry. Because there is possibility of misuse and fraud, there is a lot of money which is involved. So if you look at any of the past downfalls which have happened wherever in the world, it is something which is built over a period. Typically, it would be because of some non-compliances or poor financial planning.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else would like to ask? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, this Britain economy is a very, very interesting case study for all of us. Why this debacle has come? Because, as I told you, the triangle, the country's policies, okay, Russia was supplying oil to UK, but now that oil supply is stopped. With the result, there is a shortage of energy crisis in UK. What they have done, they have increased the prices and other things. So the inflation. See, economic knowledge is also required for a commerce student.
Correct.
So the energy prices and the currency factors and other things are there. Here, one thing I want to mention here, but now the new Prime Minister or the Prime Finance Minister, they have devised a new structure for collecting the energy bills. They have increased to 180% or something like that. Nothing wrong. But what they have done is, they have to do it at various levels. For example, the low-income people cannot absorb 180% increase, whereas the persons who are consuming high level of energy, they have to pay. Why you are penalizing the low-level person? The staggered thing, which was there in India. In India and all, the energy bills are based on staggered basis. Okay. Whereas this is the thing they have done, which is not appreciated by anyone. You can understand. I can pay 5 riyals, but I cannot pay 180 riyals, right? Yes. Rich man can pay 180 riyals, no problem. So that is the thing. That's why people are unhappy about it.
I would like to add only one thing with reference to this question. There is a subject called international finance. That's it. So you have to understand, there is a vast subject. See, one small question, we have deliberated, we have discussed about that. It's a vast subject. There is a subject called international finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir and ma'ams. I think you have got your answer, so we can wrap up the session now. There's one more question. Yes, yes, please. Please.
Good morning, everyone. My question is, how good and safe is it to be a corporate lawyer in this time, and what qualifications do you need to be a corporate lawyer?
Corporate?
Lawyer. Corporate
Lawyer.
Yeah.
Corporate lawyer. Who would like to take up this question? Lawyer. Corporate lawyer. Yeah.
This question, see, this is from the legal side. When you look at, as I mentioned in my first session, the understanding of the commerce is very important to deal with business activities or that's basic qualification or basic understanding. After that, there is a segment called the corporate legal courses or legal, look at a part of commerce itself. We study the company law. Company law is basically part of commerce. Those basic laws are the corporate laws or contract laws. In Indian scenario, the commercial law is something different. In Oman, Sultanate of Oman, there is a commercial law. Each country has its own law to govern the business in that country, to keep the interest of that particular country and the business community and the people, right? Now, end of the day, the legal practitioners, the license for practicing the legal matters is with the lawyers. There is a segment called the corporate legal wing. Ultimately, they are the lawyers, but who has thorough knowledge in the corporate laws or the laws which are related to regulating or governing the businesses in that country. In this particular country, there are many laws which is directly or indirectly which is regulating or monitoring or guiding or governing the businesses. The experts with a legal license to practice legal side are practicing as an advisory firm or legal consultant. So they can only do the legal practices, which I hope others also can add.
So, if you are talking about a pure legal qualification, LLB, LLM kind of qualifications are available in India, and even other countries have their own specific laws. As Ajay mentioned, even CA course, there is a paper on laws. The laws related to taxation are covered there. Company-related laws are covered there. A word of caution: pure corporate legal positions, which are more to do with just analyzing what laws are available and giving an opinion, there is quite a chance that this role will be soon taken over by artificial intelligence. Because something which can be programmized, systematized, will go out of market. So then what you need is you need to develop an expertise where the human intelligence is used and you are able to give an opinion there. Corporate governance is again something which needs legal understanding. So if you are interested in commerce and law, you should choose a career which marries those two, which combines those two, and choose that. Having said that, in this part of the country, this part of the world, or even the Gulf, the legal qualifications in India, in UK, in the developed parts, they are all recognized here in Oman, and you can take it up based on that.
Ashwini ma'am, I think you should also give a few understanding on the digital e-commerce. I think that's where the new industry will come, right from digital banking, digital e-commerce, supply chain management. And there's a big industry, maybe 2 lines.
Absolutely, Anchanji. So digitalization is the order of the world. In fact, going forward, the way the world will be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when you all will be in the prime of your career, it won't be a single qualification will not help. Also, a single line of qualifications will not help. So you have to combine things. So even if you choose finance or commerce as your mainstream, you have to have some certifications, some qualifications on the IT side maybe. So where you are able to take part in the digital transformation projects of your company, for example. So that is very much a part of, or essence, that is going to be the essence of business in future. So whenever you choose anything, you have to look at these combinations, like commerce and law can be one combination. IT, to me, IT is a business enabler. So while we have specific careers in IT, going forward, probably every career will have to have some qualification or some understanding, a basic understanding of programming, maybe the robotic programming routines you should be able to write for yourself, for your own activities. So this is going to be an integral part of whatever career that you choose. For a chartered accountant who is doing financial audit, they are looking at financial numbers and doing audit. But today, when all the financial books are in the computer, the data is all in computers, so they need to have knowledge about information systems auditing as well. So whatever line you choose, you have to have a background from IT ingrained in that.
Ma'am, I would like to add one thing here. I think these technologies are already here, by the way. When we talk about fintech, blockchain is there. Like in the matured economies, if you see, take an example of insurance. You know the claim, completion rate, 3 seconds. 3 seconds, if you have a claim outside, you log in, the blockchain takes care, the result is out within 3 seconds. Last week, I was trying to upload my financial data. Just wanted to see how good I have done in these few years. It took me 6 minutes to upload my 10 years bank statement onto a platform called Wave Apps. It gave me balance sheet, P&L, everything at a click of a button. So technologies are already there. Banks are doing good. All companies are well aligned. And obviously, these bright minds definitely will find their way in whichever stream they choose to mold towards technology.
Just one piece of advice to the students who have decided to be in commerce. Learn Excel. That is very, very important because that Excel will help you for efficient performance of your operations wherever you are in the commerce line.
Thank you, sir. Useful piece of advice. Can we wrap up the Q&A session now? Over to MC and over to you, sir, Principal, sir.
I know we are short of time, but 2 questions somebody has sent. We must answer them. So just 10 minutes, bear with us. So one question from the audience side. How important is to keep ourselves updated or to go for refreshing courses in your industry? How important is that? And how often you go for such refreshment courses? How you update yourself? So can you just put light on this? And what are the major challenges you face in your industries? So these are 2 questions if you can answer.
Courses, whether it is required to be updated, absolutely. Without that, you will become obsolete. So I think lifelong learning has to become, we have to imbibe that. Though you will finish school, you will finish college, but you will never stop learning. Someone who stops learning becomes obsolete and rest of the world will run faster than you. So that has to be done. And then you can always choose, okay, what is the need of the hour, or what is the work that I'm doing, and what kind of certifications or additional information, additional courses that I need in my area of specialization, and you can always choose that. So lifelong learning has to be the motto of each one of you. Newer techniques will come in. Artificial intelligence will replace some of the jobs which are there today. So you have to keep gearing yourself up. And coming to challenges, yes, this is one of the biggest challenge. The pace of change today is very high. My parents' time, look at 10 years gap from, let's say, 1950 to 1960, maybe the change would have been at a certain rate. 2000 to 2010, the rate of that change would have geometrically increased. When you guys are in your prime career, maybe 2040 to 2050, that change would have the rate of change which will be there, the pace will be very, very high, and that will always be the biggest challenge to keep yourself updated. Otherwise, other people will run faster than you and you will be left behind.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one last question to Ashwini, ma'am. We have so many girls attending.
Manohar sir wants to add.
Yes.
Regarding the challenge, I just would like to supplement. Regarding the knowledge, as far as I am concerned, we have not faced any challenge because every time we are getting updated or something like that, and many people are there to guide. But when you are working in a company, the real challenge is cash flow management. That becomes a real difficult, critical task for us. It upsets your peace of mind. There is no cash. Banks are not helping because they have already helped to the extent possible. And shareholders are not putting money. But there are orders to execute. You have to make payments to the creditors. How you will? So that is a real challenge. That makes the job very, very interesting for you. It makes you to plan properly. Okay, you have to have a forecast and how you are going to manage. See, this is a real challenge for us, which will make you to reach meritorious heights.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Ashwini, ma'am, as we have many girls attending the session. Dear ma'am, you being the woman in finance, how do you see gender bias in this line?
There has been historically gender bias in the sense girls choosing finance. So I'm going by my experience. Whichever companies I've worked in, whichever teams that I've worked with, 90% of my colleagues were male colleagues. So that shows that those lines, there were more of men who had chosen to be in that line, may it be the accounting firms or banks or insurance or even in the boardroom. Having said that, I think the girls, today's girls, you girls really need to pull up your socks and get into the groove. The statistics are showing, like even the CA Institute, the statistics shows that there are many more girls who are taking up this course and they are doing very well, they are excelling in that. One of the biggest worry for a girl is that when I start my family, when I become a mother and I want to be a homemaker and yet do a career, how will I balance? You have to develop your support systems. There are books written by a lot of successful women across the world who have been in finance and other important fields. So I think the girls, today's girls, you should take it up as a challenge and never play that female card. So just because I'm a girl, I should not be treated in a special manner. You have to be equal. Irrespective of the gender, if you want to excel in that field, you have to be equal. Be ready to put in the same efforts which your classmates who are boys who are putting the same efforts. Be ready to put the same efforts which your male colleagues are ready to put in for the job at hand. And I'm sure all the girls here will excel with this mentality.
Thank you for your inspiring words, ma'am. One more question. Yes, sir.
Yes, our finance minister of our country is a woman, and she's doing a wonderful job. So I do urge all you girls to come into the finance and commerce lines, and I'm sure you will do very well.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you. So we'll wrap up. Over to you, MC.
Thank you, ma'am. We thank all the panelists for an enriching and informative session, and I request them to kindly remain on stage for felicitation. May I also request our principal, Dr. Bhavesh Bhalerao, to escort the eminent speaker, Dr. BINU James Matthew, Dr. Alex C., and all the SMC members to the dais for felicitation.
Come, one child, come.
May I request Dr. Alex to felicitate Dr. BINU James Matthew. I request Mr. Ajayan Poyara to felicitate Mr. A.V. Manohar. I request Dr. Anshan to felicitate Mr. Gobind Kukreraj. I request Dr. Chandan Jaisimha to felicitate Mr. Sajeev Surenendran. I request Ms. Soumya Parmeswaran to felicitate Ms. Ashwini Savrikar. I request Dr. Bhavesh Bhalerao to felicitate Ms. Ritu. I request all our dignitaries to remain on stage so that we can capture this moment.
As we draw the end of this enriching session, I deem it my great privilege to propose the vote of thanks. We extend our thanks to our eminent speaker, Dr. BINU Matthew James, for his words of motivation. Thank you, sir. We express our gratitude to the spokesperson for the IDP, Ms. Nandini and Ms. Renu, for sharing us details and giving us an overview of the various career options available across the globe. Our deepest sense of appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Alex, Assistant Educational Advisor, Board of Directors, Indian Schools in Oman. Mr. Ajayan Poyara, President, Indian School Vouchers School Management Committee, and Dr. Anshan, Vice President, School Management Committee, Indian School Voucher, and all other esteemed members of the Indian School Voucher School Management Committee for their profound encouragement and support all the times. Heartfelt thanks to Avenir 2022 #DiscoverYou.
One picture.
Heartfelt thanks to Avenir 2022 #DiscoverYou, powered by IDP IELTS with our platinum sponsor Jain University, gold sponsor De Montfort University, silver sponsors De Las Baptist University, MIT Pune, Grey Matter, SP Jain University, Acharya University, and bronze sponsors Middle East College, digital marketing partner Spectrum and Trifoil. Media partner, The Arabian Stories, and valued donors. I also wish to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to our prudent captain of the ship, Dr. Bhavesh Phalerao, Principal, Indian School Voucher, Honorable Principals of the School of Mina Region, Indian Schools in Oman, Vice Principals, Assistant Vice Principals, coordinators, supervisors, and the entire teaching fraternity for their support and guidance. I wish to thank each and every student and parent for their valuable presence in making this session a grand success. An event of this kind requires the coordination of a committed team. Thank you to the team ISB for making Avenir 2022 #DiscoverYou possible. Thank you.
With a little passion and purpose comes progress. With these uplifting words, I, Hina Khote, and Ms. Rabia, wish you a glorious day ahead. If you have any questions or would like to meet any of the speakers, you are welcome to do so. May I remind you, the upcoming session is Unconventional Career Path in the Field of Humanities. You can provide your feedback on Avenir website, www.aveniroman.com. Every attendee who submits the feedback form will receive a digital certificate.
check, 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 check. Taste, check.
All those people.